Let's try now. Yeah, sorry. We're going today? Okay. Okay, fine. Guys on the online, audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Hello. Yes, good morning, warriors. Anyway, everyone has collected their books? Awesome. Looks nice, right? My very first edition of the self-made book. We have done it in the past. Last 4 batches also have run a book. The internal content is still the same, but the external content is a new thing, right? We have just now launched this new thing called Taxation 101, which is nothing but, I don't know how many of you heard the word 101. 101 is basically a simple guide, like the, what do you say, the basics, right? For you to understand the basics, that's what we call it. So that's why a new name from my side called as Taxation 101. Everything you see in the book, right from the cover page till the internal content, is my self-made. Okay, nothing is outside, no sponsored, no marketing, nothing. Everything is being made. Even the cover page is made by me. Okay, that much little attention I've given it to it because, you know, self-made child madri solvanga. So some importance, nothing else. Anyway, yes, starting today, this becomes your Bible for your paper number 3A. It becomes your Bible for paper number 3A. If you go into the book itself, on the first page, you will find something called as preface. Yes, things for you to read. But yes, if you notice the preface, there is something called as a color code here. Okay, where I've written purple, blue, and all those things. Like I told you, this is only for my soft copies. So for the printed copies, these colors will not be available. I have told you to bring 2 highlighters. Yes. Now, if you take one of your highlighter, you can use your choice. Okay, your choice of highlighter. If you go in that contents, you will find something called as green. You'll find something called as green amendments. Yes, and the pakkatle you itself make a key as to what highlighter you are going to use for your amendments. Is that clear, everyone? Yes, you decide on yourself which of the 2 highlighters which you feel like should be the amendment color, but that should be the amendment color. You should not use that color for anything else. Okay, illana confuse I don't. Yes, so you decide which highlighter you want to use. That highlighter will become your amendment highlighter. The other highlighter is your important highlighter. Important as in you feel something has to be read properly and all those things. Clear? Yes. So keep sure that you only use one highlighter for the amendments. Do not mix that highlighter with something else. Everyone? Yes, perfect. Keeping that in mind, I also asked you to bring something called as post-its, yellow color. If you have had it, great. If you don't have it, let's have it from the next class. Because like I told you, if you notice the book, while it is compact of 190 pages, there is no enough space for you to write anything. Okay, it's a little jam-packed because I wanted it to feel like a normal notebook which you have maintained. The only difference is this is a little cleaner, you will be a little ugly, that's all. Okay, so to make it ugly from your side, you will have to use post-its, nothing else. Please don't scribble on the notebook. I feel a little, what do you say? Yeah, because it's already so much done content. If you write on the top, you write on the bottom, it scribbles and all, it doesn't look so well. Okay, so post-its will help to make it a little more cleaner at least, so that tomorrow when you're reading for your exam, you know how to read. Okay, clear? So keep your post-its in hand. You will need it for your concept books. Beyond that, your self-made register for your sums should help you for the matter. Clear? Yes? Awesome. Great. Let's come back to the topic which we were discussing yesterday. We were discussing about our basics. We started with what do you mean by loss? What do you mean by tax? And then we deferred a discussion about income. But at the same time, we came and said, boss, whenever you have something called as a law has to be approved by someone called as Constitution of the India. In our case, it is approved by article number 265. You have the books, you are free to use it. Okay, don't stare at my face, you are free to use your books. Yes, when it comes to an taxes, article number 265 gives the powers to levy or collect taxes. If you want to make a law, you have to go to article number 246. Article number 246 will come and say you have to prepare 3 kind of lists. One is called as union list, one is called as state list, third is called as concurrent list. When we talk about GST, it falls under concurrent list. When we talk about agriculture income tax, it falls under state list. When we talk about income tax, it falls under union list. Then we came and said, boss, when it comes to taxes, we have 2 kinds of taxes. One is called as direct tax, other is called as indirect tax. The one which is regressive in nature is indirect tax. The one which is charged on income is direct tax. The one which is charged on expenditure is indirect tax. GST falls under indirect tax. The more the income, the more the tax. Direct tax. Same the income. Tianishwar, can you mute yourself? Can I do it for him? Yeah. Regardless of the income, same the tax. Indirect tax. This is nothing but your regressive natures. This is nothing but your regressive nature. You get something called as ITC under indirect taxes. You get something called as ITC under GST, which is nothing but under indirect taxes. Then we left the last discussion of yesterday talking about the difference between a law and a act. The difference between a law and act. We told act is bigger. Correct, no? Correct, no? Act is bigger, no? Doubt arga. What is bigger? A law is bigger than an act. A law is bigger than an act. Inside law comes act, rules, circulars, notifications, case laws. But when it comes to Income Tax Act, we don't just read one act, we read two acts. One is called as Income Tax Act, the other is called as Finance Act. The other is called as Finance Act. For your attempt of May 24, it is Income Tax Act 1961 read along with Finance Act 2023. This is what we left the discussion yesterday. I asked you guys to prepare a little bit for foundation. Let's discuss what the foundation topics are. Yes, we have discussed about act, rules, circulars, notifications, case laws. Yes, these 5 things are a discussion for before break. After break, we'll talk on the topics. Okay, before break topics are act, rules, circulars, notifications, case laws. Yes, I told you when it comes to act, we have 2 kinds of acts. One is called as income tax, the other is called as Finance Act. I told you income tax is created as Income Tax Act 1961. 1961. So we will ask me, Rahul, before 1961 there was no Income Tax Act. There was Income Tax Act. It was Income Tax Act 1922. It was Income Tax Act 1922. Before that it was some 1830 something. Before that kings were ruling it. So kings had their own laws and all. They didn't have to formulate an act and all. Then slowly British came in. It became Income Tax Act 1922. Then it became Income Tax Act 1961. Income Tax Act 1961. A quick background I'll give you. When it was Income Tax Act 1922, they used to not call it Income Tax Act 1922. They used to call it as Indian Income Tax Act 1922. What? Indian Income Tax Act 1922. After independence 1961, it became Income Tax Act 1961. The word Indian was removed. The word Indian was removed. Why? This is definitely part of foundation only. Why? Why? Think about it. If you notice the difference of the years, the first year is in 1922. The next year is in 19. The difference between both the years is independence. The difference between both the years is independence. Before independence, it was ruled by British. And therefore, when British is creating a law, if they create something called as Income Tax Act, they will get confused whether it is Indian Income Tax Act or British Income Tax Act. Yes or no? Therefore, it was called as Indian Income Tax Act. Now, if you think about it, your other acts are also similar. You have Indian Contract Act because it is 1872. You have Indian Partnership Act because it is 1932. You have Companies Act because it is 2013. For those who have a background, Companies Act 2013 ke munadi, it was Indian Companies Act 1956. Yes or no? Difference therida? Yes. So we are right now talking about an Income Tax Act which is in 1961 along with the Finance Act which is 2023. Finance Act 2023. Now, if I have to give you a background on how Finance Act works, what happens is every time you have to create an act, the relevant ministry will first stand up. In our case, the ministry is Ministry of Finance, headed by Nirmala Sitharaman. headed by Nirmala Sitharaman. So what will happen is on 1st February, she will stand up and she will come and say, I am now proposing to introduce a new thing called as Finance Act. Since I am the Honorable Finance Minister, I will be the person who will be doing it. Rahul, upon Nirmala Sitharaman is doing Railway Act also. Yes, sir. No. Who will be done by? Railway Ministers. Will be done by the Railway Minister. Right now, she is the Finance Minister, so she does the finance. But on the day of 1st February itself, does it become a Finance Act? No. The first thing which gets introduced is called as a bill. The first thing which gets introduced is called as a bill. Bill is nothing but a draft document. Bill is nothing but a draft document. On 1st February, what will happen is Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman will stand up on the stage and she'll come and say, I am now introducing something called as a finance bill, which will contain the amendments which is required for all the finance related acts. Finance related acts like Income Tax Act, GST Act. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So she will introduce various amendments in the form of finance bill. In the form of finance bill. On 1st February, she will announce a part of it. She will announce a part of it. Announcements, whatever is important, she will announce it. And then immediately in the evening, it will be rolled out. It will be rolled out. That day when it is rolled out, it will be circulated in the market for suggestions. For suggestions, it will come to all of us. Okay, CAs, auditors, advocates, big lawyers, all those people. It will come to them so that they can verify whether all the English is right, whether the intention is right and everything. Okay, we will give all our suggestions to it. We will give all our suggestions to it. At the same time, during this time also, they have the powers to introduce something new also. They have the powers to introduce something new also. 99% that will also happen. Okay, some BJP, they have some smart players right now. What they do is when they are opening the budget, they'll give the small changes. They'll give the small changes, and then suggestions then one big change will come off. No one will be knowing about it because that will never be broadcasted. The only thing that should be broadcasted is on 1st February. After that, second things and all will not be broadcasted. So which means next day, whenever it gets rolled out, what will happen is it will only come as a gazette notification. It will only come as a, which only you and I read. You also don't read, I only read. Yes, it will only come as a gazette notification because only CAs and other people only are smart enough to understand all those. Do you think it will be rolled out in the market? No. Okay. So nowadays what is happening is all the bigger amendments which they want to make, which will cause problem in the market, they will roll it out later. They will roll it out later. Smart games of BJP. Now only is happening. Okay. Even this year also the same thing happened. Padi things were not there. They didn't know what happened is after finance bill was passed, budget is closed and everything. Suddenly they brought some new amendments coming and saying, idapa new amendments. Keta sir budget lela. We thought it is missed out, that's all, nothing else. Yes, so it will get brought into the finance bill later on. It will be brought into the finance bill later on. Generally, there will be a 1 month gap. Okay, suggestions in that 1 month, what will happen is suggestions will be taken. If changes are required, they'll make those changes. If any kind of additions to be done, they will make those additions. And then somewhere in the month of March, it will again come back to Lok Sabha, where Lok Sabha, which is the lower house, upper house. Lower house. It will come to the lower house. There again, what will happen is all the ministers will sit together and come and say, this is the final finance bill. This is the final finance bill. Please approve it. Please approve it. At this point of time, opposition also has the powers to reject the bill or raise voices. But at the end of the day, majority wins. Since right now the majority is ruling with BJP, most of the seats are with BJP, and therefore 99% everything will be approved. Everything will be approved. The moment it is completed from Lok Sabha, it will go to, which is your upper house. Now, for those who understand, Lok Sabha order members we allocate. Okay, in every jurisdiction, you will go and put a vote, and a specific person from that jurisdiction will go and sit in the chair. But when it comes to Rajya Sabha, we don't nominate them. They are nominated by Lok Sabha members. They are nominated by Lok Sabha members. We will nominate Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha will nominate Rajya Sabha. Which means Lok Sabha, if majority is there with BJP, Rajya Sabha also majority is there with. Or the answer. Clear? So what will happen is automatically once Lok Sabha something gets approved, it goes to Rajya Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, on papers, Rajya Sabha has the power to add, delete, remove. All powers are there. Only in paper. They have the power to add, delete, remove everything, or they will send it back to Lok Sabha coming and saying the bill is not good, try again. Never happens, but it is there. Assuming everything is paka. Assuming everything is paka, Rajya Sabha will also approve it. Rajya Sabha will also approve it. After that, civics only. After that, it will go to president. And a quote. It will go to president. Why president, ma? Why president? For approval. Approval kuduklana. President is a dummy body of India. Okay, solradhukku vechirpaanga, but other than that, president is a dummy body of India. It doesn't go to president for approval, it goes to president for consent. For what? What is the difference? The difference is it will be given to the president coming and saying, sir, it approved, sir. Go put your sign and get lost. That's all. President comes and says, no, make changes. Hey, yara nee pesradhu, sign panni kalamba avladhaan. That's all the answer. President will only be requested for a consent. That is what the policy is. That is what the policy is. President cannot make any changes to it because both the houses have approved it. Both the houses have approved it. President only has the power to sign it. The moment the president signs it, it becomes an act. It becomes an act. Rahul, is there any time limit? Yes, there is a time limit of 14 days. There is a time limit of 14 days. I am going and telling the president, sir, I am giving this bill to you. You have 14 days to put your signature. Rahul, 14 days, president is egoistic. He is not putting the signature. What will happen? What will happen? What do you think can happen? What do you think can happen? Think no. What do you think will happen? It will get either approved or rejected. What do you think will happen? Deemed approval. You have slept over it. I also slept over you. That's all. It is called deemed approval. They will only ask you for a consent. It will go to president. President has to give a sign. If president gives a sign, great. If president does not give a sign, it is assumed it is signed. It is assumed it is signed after 14 days, which means 14 days later it automatically becomes an. It will automatically become an act. No one can question you. No one can question you. After all, why the hell are you going to president itself? Rajya Sabha ka apne uttarklame. Yes or no? You could have done it after the Rajya Sabha itself. It's because a president of India is called as the first citizen of India. What is he called as? They assume that he is the first person born in India right now, which means he is the eldest person in India. He is the eldest person in India, and you know your houses. Yes, the oldest person in the house will be the superior person. So, normal traditions of India. Anytime you want to do something at the house, first approval should come from the elder person. But we never ask him for approval. You only go and tell him, sir, panna poram avladhaan. Yes or no? He is only the eldest person. He will have his own thoughts. Why did you wear this? Why did you not wear this? You did not work properly and everything. What will you do? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. And then you come out. And then outside you will come and blame him. You don't know the latest tradition. This is how the tradition is. This is how we have to do. Consent anna kekringa. Kadasila, are you going to follow it? Same logic. Same logic. President are told as the first citizens of India. So you go to president, you come and say, dear superior person of India, this is what the bill is. I have already put my hand on it and I know it is final. You also silently give an approval or else get lost. That's all. I don't care. I will still make it final. I will still make it final. President has been given the authority in India to just put signs. Which means anything which has to become an act has to sign by Rahul. Ado Modi pannirklame. Could have done, but Modi has better things to do, no? Yes, he makes the decisions. That guy has to approve the decision. That's all is the difference. Okay, presidents are typically useless people in India, nothing else. Typically useless people in India. Is the opposite scenario in other countries. In other countries, it's the exact opposite scenario. If you notice US and everything, US does not call them as prime ministers, they call them as presidents. It is always President Barack Obama, President, what is the other guy? The Donald guy. Duck only he is. Yes, these are all presidents in the other country. In other countries, presidents have powers. In India, prime minister has powers. Prime minister has powers. Clear? Not clear? Yes. So in our journey, what will happen is on 1st February, a bill will be given. On 1st March or somewhere near first week of March, the bill will be approved in the Lok Sabha. Then it will be approved in Rajya Sabha. Then it will be consented by president. Then it will be consented by the president. The moment the president consented, it will go to the something called as e-gazette. It will go to something called as Gazette. Gazette is basically a record of India, document record of India, where everything which is passed as a law or a bill or an act is deposited there. Is deposited there, so that tomorrow if someone wants to find out what has happened in the act, they can just go search there and they'll find all the documents. Okay, these is our oldest document records. Now it has become online. So whenever president gives a consent, it goes deposits into Gazette. The day on which it deposits into Gazette, it will automatically become a act. It will automatically become an act. Purida Purilia. Yes. Now please understand, I am talking about Finance Act 2023, which means the budget would have come on 1st February 2023. Now tell me, on 1st February 2023, if someone is going to discuss about a budget, they're going to discuss about 22-23 or 23-24. Do you understand when I use the word 22-23? What is my start date? 1st April. What is my end date? 31st March. On 1st February 2023, will you be preparing a budget for 31st March 23 or 31st March 24? You'll be preparing a budget for 31st March 24, yes or no? No. So that is why on Finance Act 2023, 99% of the cases, the act will get approved by 31st March 23. 31st March 23, because from 1st April it has to become enforceable. So 31st March, most 99%, I'm not saying it will always happen, but 99% it will get final on 31st March 2023. So that from 1st April you can start using it. Now in your case, what is happening? Why are you using Finance Act 23? Because 1st April 2023 to 31st March 24 is one financial year. The moment that financial year gets over, a new budget will come called as Finance Act 2024. Yes or no? Now you are doing Income Tax Act. In Income Tax Act, obviously it is not possible for ICI to come and say, boss, for May attempt you read half the year, and in November attempt you read the new budget. Because what is happening? The year is changing. And if you understand income tax, income cannot happen in one single day. It will happen over the year. Hello. Yes or no? Income will happen over the year. Can you stand on 1st April and come and say, boss, from April to September I will read Income Tax Act 2023, and September kapro, because amendment of budget has come, I will read Income Tax Act 2024. Solla mudiyama? Kashtam. Because you need to know the full income. And the full income can only happen in a financial year term, which means from May 24, you don't have an option because 1st February did not come. And the budget approve agla. Yes or no? November 24, you cannot ask for a new budget because the old budget only 6 months you have used. You need to use it for another 6 more months. Therefore, they came and said, boss, in ICI, May 24 and November 24, same budget. Rahul, up to May 25, what will happen? New budget, definitely new budget. No second thoughts. Okay. So if you are not planning to clear in May 24 or November 24, you will have to come back and read along with me Finance Act 2024. Finance Act 2024. Clear? Clear? Yes. Which means when you go to articleship, you will clear in May. You will write in May. You will clear in. You will clear in July. Somewhere in the mid of July or last week of July. Yes or no? Then you will apply for articleship. By the time your articleship starts, the Finance Act 2024 is launched or not launched? It's launched. It is launched. But you have only read Finance Act 2023, which means when you go for articleship and if you're planning to go for tax articleship, 99% of the cases, principal will come and ask you, have you read the new Finance Act? You say yes, he'll be impressed. You may get selected. You say no, he will come and say, okay, you are like any other person, stand in line. So which means you have to keep yourself updated. Don't worry, if you don't pass, then ICI itself will make you updated. Okay, either way works. If you keep yourself updated, good for you. If you don't keep yourself updated, ICI always has the powers to make you updated by moving you to, okay. They say, for every May there is the November. For every November there may be May. Yes or no? Hey, Noda, you are clearing, no? Idu matto confidence, right? Yes. The point what I'm trying to make is, for your exams, whether you're writing May or you're writing November, you will only have one Finance Act called as Finance Act 2024. 3. Finance Act 2023. At the same time, in case your principal comes and asks you, Rahul, tell me what are the income tax rates going on? Tell me, what are the income tax rates going on? Can you tell him what the exact income tax rate is? No, because when you enter your articleship, there is already a new budget which has come. So which means income tax rates may have changed, which you may not be aware about, yes or no? So the first question which you should go and not tell him is what the rates you know. The first question you should go and ask him, sir, for which year do you want the rate? For which year do you want the rate? He comes and says, Rahul, I want rate for financial year 23-24. Rate for financial year 23-24. You will look at Finance Act 2023. That you know or you should know. Yes or no? Yes. He comes and says, no, Rahul, I want Finance Act 2024-25. I'm sorry, I want financial year 24-25. You will come and say him, sir, it is Finance Act 2024. Unfortunately, not a part of my syllabus. If you give me the Finance Act, I can read and I can tell you what the rates are. I can read and I can tell you what the rates are. Do you think he'll throw you out for this? No. At least you are aware about the fact that you have a new act to look into. Yes or no? And you asked him the right question also. You asked him the right question to ask him which financier he wants. If he would have told 23-24, at least you were safer. Without even asking, if you would have jumped to the number and you would have come and told something, he would come and say, no, I don't remember all this itself. What would have happened? He would have been thinking about 24. You would have told him about 23. Impression pocha. Always important to ask the right questions. Okay, learn the practice right away. Learn the practice right away. That is what I am doing with you right now, asking all the relevant questions. Okay, your responsibility also stands on asking the relevant questions. A CA is not a person who reads. A CA is a person who interprets. If you want to interpret, you need to ask the right questions. Interpret will not happen on your own. Okay, unless you go and question someone else, he will not be able to interpret as the same way you are interpreting, which means you can never have a healthy discussion. Yes or yes? Purida. Yes, so you have to keep this in mind that whenever you go for an interview, you need to clearly ask him which financial year does he want the data for. That financial year portha varaikum da unnoda finance change agum. Unnoda finance change agum. Purida, Purilium. Everyone? Yes, we are now reading Finance Act 23. So therefore, our amendments will be a part of financial year 23-24. This is what your Finance Act looks like. You start from a bill which is getting introduced by the Honorable Finance Minister. It gets approved by the Lok Sabha, gets to the Rajya Sabha for acceptance, rejection, recommendations. Acceptance, rejections, recommendations. Then it goes to President for a final consent, and then it becomes an act. It becomes an act after it gets into an official gazette. The moment it becomes an act, you need to read the act along with your Income Tax Act. Along with your Income Tax Act, whatever is there in Income Tax Act are the base money. You also have to read your Finance Act, which means you need to read Income Tax Act 1961 along with every Finance Act which has been launched till date. In your books, it will be like Income Tax Act read with Finance Act 22, plus in green color will be Finance Act 2023. Yes, if you come on the bottom, I have written it here. Rates of income tax applicable for an assessment year is given. Applicable for an assessment year is given. Rahul, what the hell is this assessment year? We will discuss. Right now, this is what it is. We will come back to this. The point for you which is important is the green one. Which comes and says any kind of amendments which is applicable for your exam is Finance Act 2023. Finance Act 2023. Is that clear till here? Yes, this is your one Finance Act. The second act which we have as a part of our curriculum is Income Tax Act 1961. Then we have something called as Income Tax Rules. Income Tax Rules, which is 1962. What? Weird. Have you read Companies Act? Companies Act is 2013. Have you read about Companies Rules? You may have heard about it. Companies Rules are 2000. Same 13. Think about it. No, Income Tax Act was launched in 1961. Rules was launched in 19. After 1 year, no rules itself, is it? 1 year we just launched an act and he came and said, boss, you do whatever you want. Go kill the country, doesn't matter. Correct, huh? Correct? Correct? Should be some logic, no? Should be some logic, no? Income Tax Act is showing 1961, but rules is showing 1962. Rahul, is this the same way in every other act? No. Check, no? You will find out. When you go to Indian Contract Act, it is Indian Contract Act 1872. Contract rules will also be 1872. Companies Act will be 2013. Companies rules will also be 2013. Every other act rules will also be the same year. Because ஆரம்பிச்சோனே first rule வேணும். சும்மா போட்டுட்டு என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க? யாருமே implement பண்ண போறது இல்லல. But income tax act பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் it is showing 1961, then it is showing rules is showing 1962. Something is wrong. பார்க்கிறதுக்கே ஏதோ தப்பா தெரியுது. கரெக்ட்டா? Yes or no? Yes or no? Read, no? Income Tax Act 1961. Read this. Achha, it's not here. Achha, my mistake. I might have not written it. Think about it and tell me. You have launched something called as Income Tax Act. You have launched something called as Income Tax Act. The wording says Income Tax Act 1961. So which means the act should have a start date. The act should have a start date. I have written the act applies with effect from 1st April. Na adu sollitan. 1st April what? 19 எனக்கு தெரியும் அதுக்கு அப்புறம் 60 கூட எனக்கு தெரியும் அதுக்கு அப்புறம் 1 or 2 1. Correct? Correct? That is what you would think. It is 2. Hey, என்னடா இது ஆக்ட் பேர்ல 1961 இருக்கு. அப்போ how is it with effect from 1962? They could have might as well use the word Income Tax Act 1962. No? Yes or no? Something looks wrong. பார்க்கிறதுக்கு ஏதோ தப்பா தெரியுதுல, ஆனா என்னன்னா புரியல. Yes, hold the discussion. Hold the discussion. We will discuss sometime later. We will discuss sometime later. Food for thought. Okay, breakfast வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் உனக்கு புரியும். இப்போதுக்கு ஒன்னும் புரியாது. Right now this is the thought. This is the thought. It is showing that it is effect from 1962. 1962. But the moment I use the word 1962, now rules make sense. Now rules make sense because I have told it is effect from 1962. Then rules are from 1962. So therefore that and this is linking. Yes or no? So now why rules are 1962 and the answer vanduchu. Why are the rules 1962? Because the act is with effect from 1962. Which means now the only question which is left off is why is the act name showing 1961 but the effect is coming from 1962? Hey, rules பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் புரிஞ்சுதா? Rules பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் புரிஞ்சுதா? Rules பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் it is 1962 because the act comes and says it is with effect from 1962. But the question which is not solved right now is why is the act 1961 but the effect is from 62? அது மட்டும் கேட்கணும். Yes, that is what I will answer. That is what I will answer. இப்போதுக்கு இதுதான் question. இப்போதுக்கு இதுதான் question. Now, the point is whenever you have an act, you have some sections. அப்படினா படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. You have some sections. So therefore the first and the most important section will be section number 1. Section number 1, which always talks about there are 3 things in that. One is called as short title. This is their first page of Indian Contract Act. Extent, one more. Very good. It is 3 items called as short title, extent and commencement. Any act mandatory should have these 3 things in the first page itself, called as section number 1. Short title, extent and commencement. Short title means name. Short title means name. For my act it is called as Income Tax Act 1961. Income Tax Act 1961. That is called my short title. That is called as my short title. Second is called as extent. Extent na enna artham? To whom does it apply? To whom does it apply? Does it apply to my home, your home, or road? It applies to everyone because it is a central act. Therefore it applies to whole of India. It applies to whole of India. Clear? Huh? Simple? Sure? What is India? What is India? Rahul, India na enna kekra? Where we are standing is called as, correct? Yes, sir. Sure. Okay. Answer me this question. This is my south part of India, something like this. Something like the south part of India. Right now you are sitting in Chennai, which is somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. Yes or no? Yes or no? I am taking classes for you. I am taking classes for you. You have given me certain things called as tuition fees, which is my income. Income tax applies, does not apply. Applies, does not apply. Applies. Okay, applies. I don't know. You are telling me applies, I am assuming it applies. I am assuming it is applies. Inga varaiku India portha varaiku konjam puriyudu. Till here you know what is India. Till here you know what is India. Now the problem is, what happened is, I took this batch for another 10 years. I took this batch for another 10 years, not your batch, generally. Batch ethinenda. I took batches for another 10 years. I have earned a good amount of money. I earned a good amount of money. Now I have become a little rich. Little, not much, little rich. Little rich enough to buy an island for myself. To buy what? Island for myself. So what happened is, I came and said, Chennai enna enak pudikala, pollution romba adhigama irukku. I want to build my own home in a separate island. In a separate island. So what happened is, I took a boat. From Marina Beach I started. Summa traveling. Suddenly I found one island here. Here I have created my own house. Some big house I created. Okay, one big bungalow I have created. Small rich, nothing much. So no. Okay, now what has happened is, I am staying in an island. Food will come from Chennai only. I don't think I can create food there and all. Okay, so food will come from Chennai. So one person every week comes, takes a truck and cart and travels to my island, comes and delivers me food. I pay him money. For him it is income tax applies, does not apply. Because transporter. Not a GST. Income tax ketta GST solra. Income tax applies, does not apply. How did you decide? He is an Indian. Okay. Case number 2. I don't know the answer. I'm telling you, I'm in some waters. I don't know which waters I am. Okay, some waters I am, some island there is. There I have told I am staying. The person is coming and delivering me food. Okay. You are telling it applies because he is an Indian. Correct? Yes. Question number 3. Right now going on is IPL. Assuming going on is IPL. Yes or no? From West Indies travels a person called as CG. Chris Gale. Yes, we have called him specially from West Indies to come and play in India IPL. Which team is he in? Retired. Okay, fine. Assuming back then he was in RCB, no? He was in RCB and Punjab both. RCB he lost very badly. Punjab also he lost very badly. Yes, bad luck only that guys. Yes, so what happened is, assuming he came and we selected him in RCB. But that time also there's another thing which was becoming very famous, which is called as Jio. And so many ads were coming called as Jio Dandanathan. Yes, you saw Chris Gale also dancing, ibdi. Yes or no? He did it for free of charge. He got money. Who paid? Jio paid to non-Indian in income tax applies, does not apply. Therila. Okay, hold. Question number 3, hold. Yes, question number 4. I was in an island. Yes, suddenly what happened, one day I was roaming the island. Suddenly what happened is, I found one bottle, and you would have seen in movies and all, there's one wine bottle will come. Okay, I opened the cork of the bottle. Suddenly from there came one map. I opened the map. There is something called X in that, which is called as treasure. They came and said, if you walk some 50 miles from here and you go down the water, take a what do you call it, scuba diving set, take a scuba diving set, go down the water, you'll find one big treasure, 100 crores worth of gold. 100 crores worth of gold. Nano konjo greedy. I'm only this much rich. I want to become more rich, obviously. Yes. So what happened is, from this island, I took a scuba diving kit. I jumped. This is my water area. Abdiye keela. Somewhere here, let's say over 2000 kilometers keela. Generally, you cannot go this much down, but as approximately 2000 kilometers keela, I found one big chest here. And the treasure chest. Okay, I opened the box. There is so much gold there. I found the gold in underwater. When I was opening the chest, suddenly I saw here one person standing here. Pata income tax officer. He's like, sir, income. You got money, no? Hello. So he's saying, sir, 30% for me, balance you keep. Where? Underwater. Under? Income tax applies, does not apply. Should you give him, not give him? Why? Yara resident. Nan the island, I'm staying in island for so much long. No? Question number 5, either 4. Question number 4. Yes. Assuming the income tax offer did not reach on time. I took this 100 crores, I kept it in my place. But obviously 100 crores, small amount or big amount? Big amount. So which means news channels and everyone came. They found that Rahul has won 100 crores worth of gold lottery. He found a treasure chest. Do you think normally everyone will be happy about it? There will be the certain kind of people who will see, oh, Rahul has 100 crores. If I go and kidnap him, I will definitely get that money. Yes or no? So a group of terrorists from India came to my island one day, kidnapped me and my gold. They brought me back to India. But the problem is, if they keep me in India, I will be found. So what happened is, somewhere here in Kanyakumari, under Kanyakumari, they've built one cave. What? Now this is an underground cave. It's not land. It is underground cave. From Kanyakumari, you can go into an underground cave. They created an underground cave and they kept me there for 3 months. In that 3 months, he will need water, food and everything. So he had appointed a tea boy. What boy? Tea boy, no? The guy who comes and gives teas and everything. Yes. So the tea boy used to normally come inside an underground cave. Supply tea, coffee to me, a terrorist. Both, nano survive panno. Yes or no? To both he was supplying. The terrorist will give him money on the land, under the cave. Income tax applies, does not apply. Why? It's not on India, no, it's not on the land, it's under the land. All mudinjicha. One more question. We have completed question number 5. Okay. Ella food for thought now. Question number 5 done. Yes. Now 3 months I was there in that cave. Somehow what happened is, I found an alarm system. I raised the alarm system. Police came, rescued me. I got fed up with India. I'm like, day in India la irukave thevilla. Let me take my gold and run away. So I booked a ticket to where do you want to go? What's your dream destination? Bangkok mata solliradinga. Dream destination, anyone? Lifelong dream. CA agna in the place kandiva poitu dhaan aganum. Canada va? With husband or normal? Alone. Paris la solo trip பண்றதுக்கு ஒண்ணுமே இல்லையே. ஐஃபில் டவர் மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு. அதுவும் ஹஸ்பண்ட் கூட பார்த்தா தான் நல்லா இருக்கும். அப்படிதான் சொல்லிருக்காங்க, தெரியல. மேபி. ஓகே. What is in Singapore? I have a friend in Singapore. She was telling there is nothing but tourist attraction. So again, couple spot only. Okay, maybe Paris, approximately. Okay, think about it. What happened is I got fed up with life and I came and said, boss, no more India, no more my island also. I will take my 100 crores worth of gold and run away to Paris. I booked a flight from Chennai. I'm on the way to Paris. I'm on a flight. On that flight, since I'm running away from India, I know everything is fine for me now. Happily ever after life. Yes. So I'm feeling a little bored. I called the air hostess and I came and said, I want something to drink. 30 ml. I don't drink, but just to example. Okay. 30 ml I asked for. The air hostess came on the air. Obviously, no, she's not walking on the air. She's walking on the flight. She came on the air. She handed me over the tray. I paid her money. This is an income for air hostess. Flight. This is an income for the flight in the air. Now I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere in the border of India. I'm flying. I don't know where I am. When I was giving her the money, suddenly from back one person stood up. He's like, sir, so you cannot give the money. He pulled it like this. I was like, dude, such a nice air hostess, why are you doing this? He's like, no, sir, there is a problem. I'm like, what is the problem? She's looking nice only, no. He's like, no, sir, that is not the problem. That is a different problem. Why are you worried, Ra? Yes. He's coming and saying, sir, you cannot give her that money because this is an income. So 30% of it has to come to me. So he took that money from me. He changed it from 30% and gave the balance to air hostess. Air hostess also can't do anything. I am standing and I'm like, no, she should not feel sad. I'm like, cannot take the money from her. He's like, no, sir, I'm the income tax officer. I'm like, this is not India. He's like, no, sir, this is India. I'm like, where is the India? I'm in the air. Is there an India? Kila pata onnu illa. Is it India? Does income tax apply? Why? Huh? Who told you? It's a Paris flight, Ra. The flight can be in Paris also, no? It can come from Paris and come back to me, no? Nana sonna. So? See, my question is not about where the flight is traveling from. My question is it in India? Because I told you Income Tax Act can only apply in India. It says it extends to the whole of India. Okay, my question is not about whether it is taxable or not. My question is whether income tax applies. Understand the difference. I'm not talking about the fact whether it is taxable or not. That's a different discussion altogether. We'll do it later. My question is whether income tax applies. Because for income tax to apply, it should be extended to the whole of. I'm standing in the middle of air. Yes or no? 7 questions for you. Before the 7 questions, you were like, hey, India then theriyume definition. Nee sonna definition then. Answer me 7 questions. Question number 1 was in Chennai. India, not India? India. Okay. Question number 2, island. Island. Hey, yes or no? Avladhaan. Illa don't know. Yes and no, don't know. How many don't knows? Yes. What do you mean by Indian borders? Constitution la onnu solla. Constitution la engada sollirukanga? Island, yes, no, don't know. Hey, don't know, we'll move forward, that's all. Don't know, okay. Question number 3, treasure hunting. Underwater. Hey, no, question number 3 is Chris Gale, no, sorry. Question number 3, Chris Gale. Hey, adha, yes, no, don't know, avladhaan, mudinju polam. Don't know. Question number 4, underwater. No. Why? See, if you tell no, you have to tell me why. If you tell me yes, you have to tell me why. If you tell me don't know, we'll move forward. Now. Huh? So? Gift? Yara கொடுத்தா உனக்கு? God gift. Yes, no, don't know. Don't know? Okay. Question number 5. What was it? Terrorist. Underground cave. Yes, no, don't know. Yes, why? Okay. Okay. You've seen this movie. There is this movie called as the English lyric. I don't remember the name. It's called as what the name? I don't know. Some movies. Basically, what will happen is that guy will be sitting in his backyard. Okay, or a whole dick panone, he'll fall inside. And the moment he falls inside, ulla poi paatha there is a big world inside. Apparently, there is a logic that earth kulla or earth irukku. Okay, the land is there. No, land ku keela or earth irukku. In that earth, even dinosaurs and all still live. And the mari or logic irukku. I'm not saying it is true. The movie is like that. I think it's called as Around the World or something like that. Around the World in 80 days or something like that. I'm not sure. Something like that a movie is. Correct, yeah. Journey to the center of the earth. Thank you. Journey to the center of the earth. They will actually go into the center of the earth. They're like earth kulla da, but they see earth kulla or sky irukku. Theriyala eppadi. Okay, earth kulla or sky irukku, earth kulla dinosaurs ella irukanga, everything is available in the journey to the center of the earth. I'm like eppadi da theriyala. Okay, point is there is a land inside a land. There is a land inside a land. But I don't know whether it's India or not. That's a different story. Yes. Question number 6. This was 6 is. Question number 7 was air. Yes, no, don't know. Yes, no, don't know. Don't know. Simple as that. Yes. You understand words may look as simple as possible in your face of it, but nothing is easy unless you know what it is. Always ask the right questions. Always ask the right questions. Now, as much as you have this problem, imagine the whole of India also would have had the same problem. Yes, because a good air hostess standing in front of you, money going from her is not easy to take. So you will feel bad only. You will feel bad only. So you have to defend yourself. Yes or no? So therefore, it has become important for you to first understand what is India. It has become important for you to understand first what is India. Do you think you can understand it? Do you think you can understand it? No. Which means someone has to tell it to you. Who will tell it to you? Who will tell it to you? Who will tell it to you, ma? The act will come and tell you. The act will come and tell you. In this act itself, they have defined what is India. They have defined what is India. Where they have come and said, boss, India means India. India means India. What do you mean by India? Basically, they're coming and saying all this land mass which you have. This full shape is there, no? Abdi on the shape pogum. This full land mass is India. This full land mass is India, but that's not enough. That's not enough. Then they have something called as continental waters or territorial waters. There's something called as territorial waters. Basically, the Constitution of India has come and said, boss, India is not just the land. Pakkat irukkudu sea is also mine only. Pakkat irukkudu sea is also mine only. But the problem is, Earth itself is 70% sea. Apana which sea are you talking about? They came and said, boss, you have to define some limits. You have to define some limits. So they came and said, boss, territorial waters is also India. Territorial waters is also India. What is territorial waters? It is defined as 12 nautical miles. What miles? 12 nautical miles. Rahul, what the hell is this 12 nautical miles? In land and all, we use the word meters, kilometers and all. In sea, we use the word nautical miles. In sea, we use the word nautical miles. So they've come and said up to 12 nautical miles, it is India. It is India. The same logic works for every other country also. Every other country which is surrounding the sea, which is surrounding the sea or the ocean, they will come and say to a certain extent that is a part of that country only. That is a part of that country only. You cannot question that person. You cannot question that person. So within 12 nautical miles is called as India. It's called as India. That is called as what? Territorial waters. That is called as territorial waters. Rahul, island is a little far from 12 nautical miles. The island is a little far from 12 nautical miles. No problem. No problem. They came and said, boss, from 12 nautical miles also up to 200 nautical miles. Up to 200 nautical miles is called as continental shelf. I think so. It's called as continental shelf, or we use the word EEZ, or we use the word EEZ. EEZ means exclusive economic zone. What is it? Exclusive economic zone. So this Income Tax Act comes and says, for the purpose of India, it is the landmass of India. We also are covering the continental territorial waters up to 12 nautical miles. We are also covering exclusive economic zone up to 200 nautical miles, up to 200 nautical miles. But this is not enough. Read the word. What is it called as? Exclusive economic. Break the English. Help me understand. What do you mean? Break the English. Help me understand. What do you mean? First word is அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? Exclusive. No one can do anything apart from me. No one can do anything apart from me. Next word is, this you should know, foundation. What is economics? What is economic? Zone na zone da. Yes. So what is exclusive economic zone? Yes. What is exclusive economic zone? Anything? What comes to your head? Do you think you will be able to live in this place? Do you think you will be able to live in this place? Why? The word used is economic. The word used is economic. And for those who understand economics properly, it is something about effective utilization of resources when it is scarce, or it is something about earning money for a profit. Yes or no? Exclusive economic zones are those kind of zones where you can only enter into profit transactions. Where you can only enter into profit transactions. You cannot live there. You cannot live there. If you live there, you are technically considered a person who is crossing my Indian borders. Crossing my Indian borders. But you can do transactions there. You can do transactions there in simple sense. Let's say a fisherman has to go and fetch for fish and all. He can go there. He can go there for the limited purpose of going fishing and coming back. Limited purpose of going fishing and coming back. No one can create a land there. No one can create a land there. No one can start living there because it's an exclusive economic zone. Exclusive economic zone. Rahul, after 200 nautical miles, what happens? After 200 nautical miles, it is called as international waters. What is it called as? Rahul, what do you mean by international waters? At this point of time, if you want to cross that international waters, you need to have something called as passport. You need to have something called as passport. The moment you do not have a passport, you are treated as a terrorist who has crossed the borders of another country. You are not permitted to step outside 200 nautical miles. Not allowed. If they catch hold of you, you are dead on the spot. Unfortunately, if you get caught in another country, you're never coming back also. They'll put you in the jail and then they'll come and say you are a secret agent coming from another country who has come to find my trade secrets and all. They will slash you, bash you. At the end of the day, you'll die. Okay? You can never cross 200 nautical miles because then you are in international waters. If you remember, there is something called as there's one very famous movie in Tamil, Sita Raman. Yes, he going into Pakistan. Yes, that was his international space. The moment he crossed the border, he automatically entered another place. You will automatically be considered a terrorist. They'll put you into jail and then they'll do whatever nonsense they want with you. Okay, and they have all the authorities in the world. All authorities in the world is there. In India and in Hindi also, there was this very famous movie called as Saiba, I think, I don't remember, Aishwarya Rai's movie. There is a very famous movie of Aishwarya Rai and Randeep, his name is, I think. Okay, the story of one person who was actually, he by mistakenly crossed the border. And was kept in that place for, I think, about 25 to 40 years something. He was kept in that place and he was given the worst of the treatment. Because they felt he is an agent. Okay, from here the woman who was there, the sister of the brother, she went and she applied everywhere in the world, court, everywhere she went, and finally somewhere about 25-30 years later they got an approval from what do you say, Indian government, to request the Pakistani government to allow that person to come, but even then what happened is Pakistani government was not happy to give him away. So when they were moving him to the border, they shot him on the dead. They came and said, no, we felt he's an agent. When he was leaving India, when he was leaving that country itself, they shot him there itself, gone over. Okay, things are very difficult if you by mistakenly cross the international place. Border cross pannittingna gali pochu. Okay, you cannot do that. Anyway, the point of discussion here is, what will happen is, we will still consider you as in India if you are within 12 nautical miles, because then you are into territorial waters, which means my waters. You are within 200 nautical miles, which means you are in exclusive economic zone. Anything beyond that, you are not in India. Purida Purilia. Yes. So example number 1, when I am in Chennai, am I in India? Yes. Example number 2, when I am in an island, am I in India? You will have to check where the island is. Ideally speaking, if I am creating an island, it means I am within 12 nautical miles, which means I am in India. Question number 3, Chris Gayle coming to India. Is it in India? Yes, because it doesn't matter what he is. It is more important where the income is. Therefore, it is covered. Point number 4 was treasure. This provision also comes and says that whenever you talk about the word India, I'm talking about the land, I'm talking about the 12 nautical miles, I'm talking about the 200 nautical miles, and then any waters below is covered up to 200 nautical miles. So from your land to your 200 nautical miles, all waters are covered. So if you find anything in the seabed, we call it as seabed. So if you find anything in the seabed also, it is India. Question number 5 was, they came and said, when you're talking about landmass, any place below the landmass is also India. As long as the cave is within the 200 nautical miles, it is still India. Question number 7 was flight. The provisions come and say, if you are talking about 200 nautical miles, I'm not just covering the seabed, I'm also covering the airspace. Purida. Yes. So in simple words, this is how the chart will be. If your borders are like this, this is India. Up to 12 nautical miles. Then 200 nautical miles. When you are talking about it, any airspace is also covered, any seabed is also covered. This is defined in Income Tax Act. Question to you, this definition of India will apply to any one specific section or will apply to all sections? It applies to the whole of the act. Yes or no? So if it applies to the whole of the act, we have to put it under section number. One is short title, extent and commencement. 265. What is 265? Edo chicken 65 mari irukku. Section number 2. For those who understand Contract Act, you had certain definitions. Agreement, consideration. Those definitions were under section number 2. Those definitions were under section number 2 because these are general definitions applicable to the whole of the act. I want this India definition to be understood by every person reading any section of Income Tax Act. Therefore, I'll put it under section number 2. In simple words, section number 1 talks about your short title, extent, commencement. Section number 2 talks about your general definitions. Purida, sequence Varda. Yes. Look at the definition of India. It's in page number 3. Read it. No, it's called a section 2. Section 2. Section 2 once again. Section 2. It is 2 subsection. It is 2 clause 25A. It is 2. Rahul, my faculty would have told me it is subsection 25A. I have read it as like that only. எனக்கு சொல்லி தந்தாங்க செக்ஷன் 2க்கு அப்புறம் செக்ஷன் போடுறதுக்கு அப்புறம் சப்செக்ஷன் தான் வரும், சப்செக்ஷனுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் கிளாஸ் வரும், கிளாஸுக்கு அப்புறம் சப் கிளாஸ் வரும். கரெக்டா? I told you, no, prepare your foundation and come. This is section 2 clause 25A. Why is it clause? We will discuss. It is section 2 clause 25A. It says India means what is the significance of the word means? What is the significance of the word means? Has someone earlier in your foundation come and told you there are 3 kinds of definitions? It is called as inclusive definition, exclusive definition, exhaustive definition. சரி, ஏதோ இன்னைக்கு கிளாஸ் சூப்பராக தான் போக போகுது, அசிங்கமாக தான் இருக்குது. There are 3 kinds of definition when it comes to a act. What are the 3? Inclusive, exclusive, exhaustive. Read the words, tell me the English. First word is abdina. I know what it includes. What do you mean by it? What do you mean by it? When you use the word inclusive, what comes to your head? I'm trying to bring in bigger things, yes or no? That is the first thing which comes, no? I'm including all of you. Which means my scope is bigger or my scope is smaller? My scope is bigger. Second is exclusive. Abdina. I'm removing certain things. Third one is exhaustive. Abdina. ஏய், வார்த்தையில இருக்க எக்ஸாஸ்டிவ்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? அப்படின்னா that is not exhaustive, that is elaborate. What is exhaustive? Anyone? Exhaustive is basically this is all that is. Think about inclusive. Now what I told you, there are certain things I am including you. If I come and say no, I have told Rahul means Rahul, that means it is exhaustive. If I come and say when I use the word Rahul, I also mean every student of Rahul, that is inclusive. The difference is when it comes to inclusive definition, there is no hard and fast rule. Things can be included, but when it talks about exhaustive definition, it means na kuduthu final, adukku mela nee pesa kudadu. This is an inclusive or exhaustive? Exhaustive definition. This is an exhaustive definition, meaning what they have given here is final India. No one tomorrow can come and say it's okay boss, 200 nautical miles na or 201 nautical miles ponalo India da. 200 is 200. No one can come and question. No one can come and say no Rahul, 200 na 201 pola no India da. No, it will be only 200, because if the moment you say 201, people will start 205, then will start 2000 also. Okay, means exhaustive definition. Nothing beyond this can be included. Read it, no? It says India means territory of India, states and union territory. Then territorial waters of India, seabed is below, subsoil is below, underlying such waters up to, if you are up to 12 nautical miles, it is called as, territorial waters. Rahul, what do you mean by baseline? The nearest land of India, angalinde 12 nautical miles. Next is called as continental shelf and exclusive economic zone, which is from 13 to 200. 13 to 200 nautical miles. Then they've come and said any other specified maritime zone and airspace above its territorial and territorial waters. Above and below is also covered. Above and below is also covered. Purida Puriliya? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Last question to you. Question number 8. Question number 8. Okay, 7 done, no? 7 done, you've got the answer. Now you know what is India? Sure? Sure? Okay, last scenario. What has happened is I was traveling to Paris. I landed in Paris. I had good amount of 100 crores with me. Everything is mine. I have a good amount of 100 crores with me. When I was sitting and chilling out in Paris, suddenly one day one person came to me called as Elon Musk. Yeah. Elon Musk gave me a proposal. Rahul, I also have good amount of money. You also have good amount of money. I'm planning to buy a land in Mars. Tomorrow, I'm very sure we will be able to live in Mars. I was also a little excited. I also came and said, okay, let's go. So we both built a spaceship. Built a spaceship or rocket? What is it called? Rocket. Space rocket. We built a space rocket. Both. I am the first hand pilot. He's the commanding officer. We both are in a spaceship. Going to Mars. Yes, we are above Earth. In that place, suddenly what happens is we felt a little hungry. So from India, what happened is they gave me something called as food supply. You think they can just like that transfer? For that, a separate rocket will come. Yes, a separate rocket with just a food supply came. The rocket came to the space. Okay, we put on our space suit, we went to the rocket, we collected the food, we transferred our money there itself. We put our money into that rocket, the rocket came back to India. Is income tax applicable? India sonalla Indian currency. Na gold la kuthirken ena currency vechalu okay da. Is it India? இப்போதானே நீங்க சொன்னீங்க எனக்கு தெரியுமே இந்தியான்னு. No, why? Okay. No, so I'm in the space. No, I'm exactly கீழ இந்தியாக்கு. That is why I asked for a rocket from India. Even I would have asked it from Paris also, no? If I've asked a rocket from India, then rocket from India is coming straight up, which means I'm also standing straight up. கீழே பார்த்தா அப்படி இந்தியா தெரியும். அந்த you would have seen this meme and all Facebookல தீபாவளி இருக்கும்போது India will be the most brightest place and all அந்த மாதிரி கீழே பார்த்தா அப்படியே இந்தியா அப்படியே பிரைட்டஸ்டா தெரிஞ்சது. அங்கல இருந்து கால் பண்ணிட்டு bring me food. India, not India. Why-டா? லேண்டுக்கு மேல இருக்கேன்டா நானு. லேண்டுக்கு எக்ஸாக்ட்டா மேல இருக்கேன். புரிஞ்சுதா உனக்கு? The land of India is there, no? அதுக்கு எக்ஸாக்ட்டா மேல பார்த்துட்டு அந்த ஸ்பேஸ்ல இருக்கேன் நானு. அங்கல இருந்து கால் பண்ணிருக்கேன் நானு. கால்னா ரேடியோ சேட்டலைட் whatever. India, not India. Not India. India. Why? Where is the air? So where is the air? Air in the space. It's not air and space, it is air space, which means it is air, not space. Is there an air? Is it India? No, not India. Why? Hey, not 200 nautical miles is on the sea area, da. It's not up, it is straight. So please understand the reason why it is an exhaustive definition is because on the bottom they have come and said any kind of airspace above the territory. Any kind of airspace above the territory. For those who have understand science properly, there are some atmospheric areas, stratosphere, hemisphere, ஏதோ ஒரு fear na varum. Yes or no? I have crossed everything, which means I am above the airspace. I am not in an airspace. The definition only limits me to airspace. It does not let me go beyond the airspace, which means this is not India. Ippo purida ketada, yes or no? This is your first section called as section number 1, starting with short title, extent and commencement, in which short title is Income Tax Act 1961, extent is whole of the India. Next is commencement. I told you the answer. It is with effect from 1st April 1962. Still pending, not for today's, not for now discussion. After breakfast, this is what the first thing is. Purida, Purilia, everyone. Yes, we have now completed what is called as Income Tax Act. We have then completed what is called as Finance Act. We then completed what is Finance Act. The next thing in this is called as rules. The next thing which is there is called as rules. Income tax rules 1962. Question to you: income tax rules are created by legislative body or administrative body? Legislative body. Appa, what is this administrative body doing here? When we discussed yesterday, we came and said act is a part of legislative body, rules is a part of administrative body. Yes or no? So what is this administrative body then? If rules are being created by legislative body, then what is the rules doing here? Guides how to interpret. That is what courts will do. What is the administrative body doing here when rules are being created by a legislative body? First of all, what is a rule? What is a rule? Yes. What do you think is a rule? When you already have an act, do you read a rule first of all? Do you need a rule? Do you need a rule? Why? What is the rule helping you with? நீ தான் ஏற்கனவே ஆக்ட் வச்சிருக்கல, இன்னொரு சிலபஸ் எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு என்ன பண்ண போற? ஆக்டே பத்த போறது இல்ல, இதுல ரூல் வேற படிக்கணும்னா எங்க போறது? Why do you need rules? To follow na? அது ஆக்ட்ல இருக்கும்ல, இல்ல ரூல்ஸ்ல இருக்குமா? அப்போ ரூல்ஸ்க்கு என்னத்துக்கு தேவை? You had no rules in foundation, is it? Or have you heard about this at least? Have you heard about it? No. Foundation book open பண்ணிட்டோமா? இருக்கு. சிங்கமா இருக்கும். Yes. Anyone? Open thoughts. Like I told you yesterday, there is no right or wrong answer. I just want to understand what you know. What do you think is rules? Do you need rules first of all? When you already have an act, do you think rules is helping you in any way? Yes or no? Hey, yes or no? Huh? Yes or no? Yes, it's helping or not helping? Understand the old background. Understand the old background. When I told about Finance Act, you understand the process which happened? What happened? First, bill was passed. Then it had to get an approval from Lok Sabha. It had to get approval from. Then it had to go to for. Then it became a act. You think it happened in one day? Took time. Yes. Idhukku also every parliament session had to happen. Every parliament session had to happen. Do you think every minister will be available every day to take a session? They have to do some other things also, like filling their pockets, running their state. Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you think every single day you can come and say, boss, today I have to pass a rule. Come sit with me. Let's pass a rule together. We'll have a cup of coffee. Let's break some chairs. Yes or no? Yes or no? When an act was being passed, every other ministry was also to be consented. But when a rule is being passed, the idea behind passing a rule is I will know better or they will know better. The finance minister will know better. Do you think she needs suggestions from someone else for this? Do you think finance minister needs suggestions? Will she go to railway minister and come and say, income tax I want to pass this rule, help me out? Ke Pangla, who will know better? We will know better. Yes or no? Yes or no? In this case, does she really require approvals from those kind of stupid people? She can do it herself. Do you think you need a parliament for it? No. Yes. Please understand, there are certain things which cannot be discussed with others. There are certain things which cannot be discussed with others. Simple example. Income Tax Act comes and says if you want to pay taxes, you have to pay it through a portal. You have to pay it through a portal. That's all. Adu mattum porom. But you need to know how to pay through the portal, yes or no? As a normal citizen, you need to know how to pay through a portal. Imagine Nirmala Sitharaman one day in the finance budget comes and says to pay through the portal, log into the income tax portal, press e-file, press this, add your number, add this number, pay through SBI. In SBI, you have to go put your ID, put your password. Our time irka. You think other ministers will sit and listen to this? Is this more of an administrative thing or a procedural thing? It's more of an administrative thing. Does she require approvals from others for this? No. These things will be forming part of rules. Do they have to form part of act? No, they don't have to form part of act. Please understand, today I am coming and saying you have to pay through a portal. Today I am saying you have to pay through a portal. Nalika I am coming and saying you can pay through GPay also. You can pay through GPay also. Now there is a change, not a change. There is a change. Imagine for every change, if you have to open a parliament, pass a bill, pass an act, pass a consent, then get it gazetted notification. Time agoma, immediate idoma. Time ago. It is rather better to keep it in the rules so that tomorrow I tell that boss I have to make a change, day after tomorrow I can make the change, because who has the power? I have the power. Do I have to consent Lok Sabha? Do I have to consent Rajya Sabha? Do I have to talk to president? I can itself directly do it, yes or no? What is rules helping you with? Rules are helping you with completing your administrative or procedural aspects of the act. Yes or no? Yes or no? Imagine a simple example. Income tax portal comes and says on 15th of June you need to pay your advance tax. On 15th of June you need to pay your advance tax. Correcta 14th June COVID hit. What hit? COVID hit. Full India is shut down. Full India is shut down. On 15th June, can you make the payment? Can you make the payment? No. Which means you need to go and give the benefit to the public saying there is a COVID hit, adanale I cannot pay advance tax. So therefore I am extending the due date to 25th. For example, if I have to do it through a parliament, will it happen tomorrow? Can on 14th June you come and say let's pass it on 15th June? Mudiyadala. In that scenario, if a rule is coming in, 14th June and 15th June is just a date. Act will come and say pay advance tax. And the pay advance tax can be changed from 15th June to 25th June in the form of rules. Yes or no? Yes or no? For that, does finance minister need approval from the parliament? That is what rules helps you with. That is what rules helps you with. Rules helps you implement your act. Helps you with implementation of your act. Now please understand, when I spoke the word finance minister, which means Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am, Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am is handling only direct tax or indirect tax or everything else also. She's handling everything else also. You think Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am has time to pass all changes in my income tax act? No. You think Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am knows everything about direct tax and indirect taxes? உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் கஷ்டமா இருக்கு, அவனுக்கு எப்படி புரியும்? Yes or no? Yes or no? You qualified CAs are also not able to understand. She is not even a qualified person. Some economics she has done. You expect her to understand what direct tax and indirect tax is? You think she'll be able to do it better? Or there will be a special body who can do it better? There will be a special body who will do it better. In company you call it as, in Companies Act you call them as ROC. In company, the person who does everything for you is called as ROC. In income tax, the person who does it for you is called as CBDT. What? CBDT. Full form is Central Board of Direct Taxes. Central Board of Direct Taxes. Any kind of rules and all which has to be created will be implemented by your CBDT. Will be implemented by your CBDT. All the people who spoke about income tax officer and all those people are coming from CBDT. All those people are coming from CBDT. CBDT is like the mother income tax. It's like the mother income tax. Basically, that is the son which is created under the Income Tax Act to follow the mother. To follow the mother. Purila? Yes, this is what is CBDT. CBDT implements your rules. CBDT implements your rules. They will tell how to follow it. They will tell how to follow it. Clear? Not clear? Clear? Sure? Yes. Question to you. I have an act. I have an act. Act comes and says you need to go 100 steps front. You need to go 100 steps front. Only if you go 100 steps front, you are treated as a human being. For example, Income Tax Act comes and says you need to go 100 steps front, then only you are called as human being. You are called as human being. Rules comes and says it is not required to follow Income Tax Act. If you go 50 steps forward also, you are a human being. You are a human being. Can you follow the rule? Can you follow the rule? Why? It's relevant, no? That was 100 steps, this is 50 steps. Act la irukada, unakku enna prachana? The act comes and says you go for 100 steps, I will call you a human being. Simple example. The next definition is person. Person is defined as an individual. They have come and defined individual as any person who has walked 100 steps. Any person who has walked as 100 steps. Rule suddenly comes and says, regardless of what income tax says, if a person walks 50 steps also, he is an individual. Do you think that rule is valid? Why? Which is superior? Acts or rules are? Why? Why is an act superior? Very good. An act was passed by all the ministers, including the president. The rules were passed by a Central Board of Direct Taxes. Central Board of Direct Taxes is within the parliament or above the parliament? It is within the parliament. If parliament has decided you have to walk 100 steps, can you come and ask who are you to ask me? Which means rules cannot override an act. Act is superior. Act is superior. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. This is what a rule is. Rule is an implementation of an act, but at any given point of time, rules cannot override an act. If at all there is a provision which is overriding the act, if at all there is a provision that is overriding the act, that provision will be if rules has a provision which is overriding the act, that rule will automatically become, use a better word, no, foundation cleared you are, void. What? It will become void ab initio. It will become void ab initio, or another word is called as ultra vires. It will become ultra vires. Rules cannot override an act. Rules cannot override an act. Is that clear, everyone? Sure? Yes. So now we have completed three things. One is called as Income Tax Act, Finance Act, Income Tax Rules. Income tax rules. Income tax rules are passed by Central Board of Direct Taxes. Central Board of Direct Taxes. Is that clear? Clear, everyone? Yes. Considering that people are not aware about what is happening, let's do one thing. Let's become lawmakers. Let's become lawmakers. Let's forget Income Tax Act. Let's forget Income Tax Act. Let's first understand what an act looks like. Let's first understand what an act looks like. Adu punjada unakku subject puriyum. Okay. So let's break the silence. We are now going to become lawmakers. You and I are Nirmala Sitharaman. You and I are Nirmala Sitharaman, or let's say not Nirmala Sitharaman, let's say we are all agricultural ministers. What are we? Imagine you have quit CA, nothing is working out, did not pass multiple attempts. We have now decided to become agricultural ministers because we have gone and killed 5 people. Entry ticket, direct. Okay, direct entry ticket. You kill 5 people, they will take you, first ticket will come to you only, sir, please join us. Okay, so you and I killed 5 people, we have become agricultural ministers. Okay, one person came to me and said, sir, because you are now the new agricultural minister, you now have to pass an act for me. You now have to pass an act for me. I told him, why do you need an act? He told, there are some problems, sir. There are some problems. So we are now going to pass an act. We are now going to pass an act. The act name is going to be called as Fruit Act. It might sound stupid. Listen. Fruit Act. We're going to pass an act called as Fruit Act. Why are we passing this Fruit Act? Always an act is passed with an intention. With an intention. So I went and I asked him, why do you want the act? He came and said, sir, the problem is in the market, people are not able to understand the word fruit. People are not able to understand the word fruit. I told, okay, what is your problem? Let them not understand. கடைசில சாப்பிடுதானே போறேன். அது fruit இல்லனாலும் okay, அது fruit இருந்தாலும் okay, நீ சாப்பிடுதானே போறேன். He's like, no, sir, going forward, if it is a fruit, we want to charge 10,000 rupees per person as penalty. We want to charge 10,000 rupees per person as penalty. I asked him, why do you want to do all that? He's like, sir, fruit has become very costly for India. We are now importing the fruit from other people. We are now importing fruit from other people. So therefore, I don't want people to eat fruit anymore. I don't want people to eat fruit anymore. But the problem is no one understands what is a fruit. Everyone is just eating. Everyone is just eating. So I am requesting you as an agricultural minister, please pass an act. Please pass an act to define what is a fruit. To define what is a fruit. So you and I are going to pass an. For us to pass an act, the first thing which we need to check is it the act approved by a is the act approved by constitution? நான் இப்போதானே கிரியேட் பண்ண போறேன் இனிக்குலக லாக் சோ போய்டுவேன். The first thing you need to check is whether constitution ல இது பண்ண முடியுமா முடியாது. If constitution has something called as right to eat, if constitution has something called as right to eat, can I question then? Okay, so I checked all the constitution and everything, there is no problem. There is no problem. So now I am ready. Now I am ready. I am going to pass an act called as Fruit Act. I am going to pass it in year 2023. So the act will be called as Fruit Act. Yes or no? Yes or no? This is my starting point. This is my starting point. Now, as I am preparing an act, I need to put some items. I need to put some items. The first item to put is section number 1, called as short title, extent and commencement. Short title, extent and commencement. I will come and say this act is going forward be called as, this act will be going forward called as Fruit Act 2023. It shall apply to the whole of, you want it for India or a state act? Your choice. You are the lawmakers, you decide. Do you want to stop fruit in only one country, or you, in the whole country, or do you want to stop it in one state? Whole country? Okay, let's do it for whole country. So this extends to the whole of India. This extends to the whole of India. The problem is the moment I use the word India, the moment I use the word India, people will jump and come and say, I don't know what is. So now I have to define India. Now I have to define India. Let's hold the definition. Let's first complete section number 1. Let's first complete section number 1. First one is called as, this is called as Fruit Act 2023. It extends to the whole of India. Third item is, this act will commence with effect from, hey, you are the lawmakers, you tell me. 8/9/2023. 8/9/2023. This is your section number 1. Done now? Clear? Yes. Then will come section number 2. What is section number 2? General definitions. Section number 2 is general definitions. This is a section specially created to tell people that if I put a definition here, and you see this word in any place in the act, the reference will be this only. The reference will be this only. The reason I am doing that is because some words can be there in multiple sections. If in every section I go and keep defining the same thing, it becomes very difficult for me. So I am giving a general definition here. Purida Puriliya. Yes. So now we are in section number 2, which is called as general definitions. General definitions. The first problem which I know is I don't know something called as India. So I need to define India. Let's say for example in section 2, somewhere here at 23. Rahul, why did you not start with 1? I will tell you. Right now I put it as 23. I use the word India. Whenever I am giving a definition, I need to decide whether I need to give a inclusive, exclusive, exhaustive. Inclusive, exclusive, exhaustive. You are the lawmaker. You want a exhaustive. The moment you are using the word exhaustive, the word will start with means. The word will start with means. Rahul, I wanted to give an exclusive definition. It will start with excludes. Rahul, I wanted to give an inclusive definition. It will start with includes. It will start with includes. Then I come and say India means. India means. Now you have two options. You have two options. Either you can decide what India is. Either you can decide what India is, or you can take a reference from somewhere else. You can take a reference from somewhere else. We have already read the definition of India somewhere. Where? Income tax. We can give a reference. Possible, not possible? Yes. So I am telling India means India as defined under (25A) of Section 2 of Income Tax Act. (1961). Clear, not clear? This is what we have done. This is what we have done. One definition we have written off. One definition we have written off. Is your act over? What is pending? We need to define what is a fruit. Yes or no? First that has to be defined. Now the problem is you need to define fruit. Now the word of the fruit will be used for the whole of the act or for some specific sections. It will be used for the whole of the act, which means that also has to be a part of section number 2. That has to be a part of section number 2. Now you have already defined India. You have already defined India. You want to define fruit now. You want to define fruit now. The question is, will you put the fruit after India, before India? Why? Very good. Please understand, section number 2 has been made in alphabetical orders. The reason I put it as 23 and not 1 is not because of the fact that I wanted to go in sequence. It's because of the fact that there will be some items which will come before I, like F, Therefore I gave some space. Section 2 is always done in a alphabetical order. Let's say, for example, I put it as 11. I said the word fruit. What do you think means fruit? You are the lawmaker. Define fruit. Again, you have a choice. First, think what your underlying intention is. Your intention is to define a fruit. What do you think would be the best definition for a fruit? No, forget that, not that. What do you think will be the definition of a fruit? If you want to make people understand what is a fruit, what do you think should be the fruit? There should be some characteristics, no? What are the characteristics of a fruit? Very good. Fruit is something which generally has a seed. Yes or no? Fruit is something which generally has a seed. Whenever you use the word fruit, when you see normally fruit, you normally use the seed. You normally see seeds inside it. So which means a general characteristic of it is seed. Yes or no? So can I come and say fruit includes? See, if I use the word means, I will have to give the list of all the fruits. Do you think I have the time for it? What will I rather do? Includes. I am saying fruit includes any seed. Plantation. You said anything with a seed, correct? Anything with a seed. Imagine a simple example. I am running with a bag. And the bag kulla na seeds vechirukken. Is the bag a fruit now? Why? The characteristic is not just the fact that it's a seed. The characteristic is also that it should be edible. Adana first cap. Nee bag saapda mudiyum. Fruit idana saapda mudiyum. Yes. So what is a fruit? Fruit is any edible product. Fruit includes any edible product which has seed. Okay, you're telling which has seed. Okay, this is what your definition. I'm not disputing it. I'm a normal CA. With a little smart ass. You gave me a definition called a fruit is an edible item which has seed. What I did is I tomorrow brought a brinjal. I made a small hole inside. I made a small hole inside and I put seeds inside it. Does it become a fruit? You only told me it has seeds. It has seeds. It has seeds, no? So is it a fruit? What is the problem here? The problem is I forced the seeds inside, which means I'm not looking at something which is forced. I'm looking at something which is naturally there. Yes or no? This is what a lawmaker is. This is what a lawmaker is. The more vague definitions you give, the more loopholes start coming in. So you need to give a precise definition which helps understand everyone. I should not be in a position to dispute it. Purida? Yes. So that is why I told you, when you start the word fruit, think in your head what are the general characteristics of a fruit. The first characteristic is it should have a seed. Second is it should be edible. Third is that the seed should be natural. Man-made then it is not a fruit. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So what is it? Fruit means any edible product which naturally is grown with a seed. Yes or no? Now does the definition look a little clear? Yes. Now if I go to the market and I come and say, if you have a product which is edible, which is naturally having a seed, it will be called as fruit. Yes or no? Yes or no? The moment you're defining fruit, you also need to define one more word called as vegetable. A seed, I cannot define ma. You can define a vegetable. Will it come after India, before India, after fruit, before fruit? It will come after India. I put it as 46. I put it as 46. No, word is define vegetable. Who is that? Which is very good. That's all. When you have already defined fruit, why do you have to take the efforts to define a vegetable? You can simply come and say vegetable is any. That at least has to be there. No, not a fruit na enna. So bag is also a vegetable. Any edible product which is not a fruit. Varanda. I understood. I was coming to that only. Yes. Yes. Now vegetable looks like something with not a fruit, which means tomorrow if something is not a fruit, it automatically becomes a vegetable. If it becomes a vegetable, no tax on it. Yes or no? Something makes sense? Something makes sense? Yes or no? Yes or no? Now the problem is, what has happened? I have defined fruit and suddenly one person jumped up and came and said, sir, tomato. Now the head which comes to you is tomato has seeds. So which means now you need to debate whether tomato is a fruit or a vegetable. You are the lawmaker. You decide. Do you want to tax a tomato? Do you don't want to tax a tomato? You want to tax it? If you want to tax it, then I don't have to change anything. Do you want to tax it or not tax it? You want to tax it? Sure? Then I'm not going to change anything. Then nothing has to be changed because tomato has a seed. It means it's getting covered. It's getting covered. Then any other items? Banana has seeds. Banana has seeds. Nee patrik mata. Sugar cane is not a fruit. No? It's not a vegetable. How sugar cane a fruit? Right? I don't think so. At least I don't know. Brinjal has seeds. Do you want to tax brinjal or not tax brinjal? Not tax? Now you have decided that you don't want to tax something. But because of the general definition of fruit, it has become taxable. It has become taxable, which means you need to remove it from the general definition. Yes or no? Like? We are looking at brinjal. We are looking at brinjal. The moment we are looking at brinjal, we now decided each other that we don't want to bring brinjal into the definition of fruit. But because of the general definition, it has become a fruit. So which means we need to now remove it. Yes or no? We need to now remove it. Now removal will happen from fruit or vegetable? It will happen from fruit. It will happen from fruit because vegetable is a generic definition. It's a dustbin gal. They're coming and saying, boss, what is not fruit is a Vegetable. So if you remove it from fruit, it automatically becomes a vegetable. Yes or no? Yes or no? So we need to remove it from the fruit. But we have already defined fruit. We have already defined fruit. So we are now going to we're going to put an exception against it. We're going to put a exception against it. Exceptions in income tax in any act is called as a proviso. What is it called as? Proviso. It is called as proviso. Provisos are an exception to your definition. Exceptions to your definition. What you have generally given, if you want to give an exception to that, you put a proviso. What you will use the word is provided. What you use the word? Provided. The moment you use the word provided, you are coming and saying there is something given on top, but I feel remove it. But I feel it is not to be considered. Question to you: provided is superior or the definition is superior? Provided is superior or the definition is superior? Provided is superior because in the general definition, brinjal has become a fruit. If you are putting a provided and saying vegetable brinjal is not a fruit, it means you are trying to tell provided is superior. Yes or no? You are trying to tell provided is superior. So you will come and say provided that an item which is termed as brinjal. Does brinjal have another name? So you have to give all those definitions, no? Shall not be considered as. Now read, no? Fruit means any edible product which is naturally grown with a seed, provided that an item which is termed as brinjal or eggplant shall not be termed as a. Make sense? Yes. Now if you read the definition, you clearly know anything you see with the seed is a fruit, but if it is a vegetable brinjal, then it is not a fruit. If it is not a fruit, it automatically falls into. Making sense now? Making sense now? So what we learnt now is called as a proviso. What we learnt is called as a proviso. Provisos are exceptions to your definitions. Exceptions to your definitions. That has an overriding power. That has an overriding power. Clear, not clear? Everyone? Yes. Now read the bottom. Read the bottom. You are reading vegetable is any edible product which is not a fruit. So I told if it is not a fruit and it is edible, then it is vegetable. It is vegetable. Tomorrow in my home, chicken 65 is being cut. What? Chicken 65 is being cut. Is it edible? Is it edible? Yes. Is it a fruit? Which means it is a. Looks like it's a vegetable. Yes or no? Is it a vegetable then? No. Which means there is a problem. There is a problem. It is not just enough that it should be edible. It is also important that it should be naturally grown. Should be naturally grown. It should not be man-made. Not be man-made. At the end of the day, that me clarifying the fact that it should be naturally grown or man-made is an exception or is a clarification? I am trying to clarify something. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So what I can do is I can bring in something called as explanation. I can bring in something called as explanation. Now we learn two things. First thing is called as proviso. Second thing is called as explanation. In this explanation, I'll come and say, for the purpose of this section, for the purpose of this clause, not section, clause, for the purpose of this clause, only naturally grown products without the harm of any animal shall be considered. Now read it. Does it make sense? Now read it. Does it make sense? It says vegetable is any edible product which is not a fruit. Okay. And then we have come and said for the purpose of this clause, any Naturally grown product without the harm of animal will be considered as a vegetable, which means now I've come and explained it clearly, saying, sir, I understand you had a thought about chicken 65, but the problem is chicken 65 will not come because it is not naturally grown. It is a harm to the animals. It is a harm to the animals. Did explanation override the top, or did the explanation clarify it better? It clarified it better. Yes or no? Yes or no? Question to you. If the explanation would have come and said, for the purpose of this clause, vegetable means nothing. Vegetable means nothing, which means this is trying to override the section now, because section came and said anything which is not a fruit is a vegetable. Explanation is coming and saying vegetable is nothing. Can explanation override the section? Can explanation override the section? No, because explanation is just a clarification. Can you clarify something which is not even there? No, you cannot clarify something which is not even there. In simple words, a proviso will override the definition, but the explanation cannot override the definition. Order of sequence will be proviso, section, explanation. Yes or no? Does it make sense now? Yes, we have now done some general definitions only. We have now done some general definitions only, where we have understood how to define, how to override it, and how to clarify it. Yes or no? Now you understand how laws are made? Yes, but this law is just not complete because we have only given the definitions. Why did you create this law for? To stop the use of fruits. Stop the use of fruits. So which means there is one section which should come and clarify that first. Yes or no? That will be section number 3. That will be section number 3. Every time you write a section, the first thing you have to put a heading to it. You have to put a heading to it. Under that you will then start with subsection 1. Hey Rahul, just now you were telling me 2 clause 25. Now you are saying subsection 1. Rahul, what is the issue? Please understand. Normal rule is section, subsection, clause, subclause. Normal rule is section, subsection, clause, subclause. Read the word in the middle. It's called as subsection. It is called as subsection, which means there should be a section. Adukku kulla something should be there. I am taking reference from the main section, then only it is called as a subsection. Yes or no? Yes or no? Come to my definition. Come to my definition. My definition 2 says general definition. My definition 2 says general definition. 11th one is fruit. 23rd is India. 46th is vegetable. Is any of the definition linked to each other? Is any of the definition linked to each other? When it's not even linked to each other, can you call them subsections? Purida. Yes, the word subsection is used when it is linked to the section. This is not linked to the section. These are independent items. These are independent items, and therefore it directly starts with a clause. It directly starts with a clause. It cannot start with a subsection. It cannot start with a subsection. But when I am in section number 3, I am trying to now define what will happen if you eat a fruit. Is everything going to be linked to each other? Which means I can now use the word subsection. I can now use the word subsection. Purida, Purilia. Everyone? Yes. So if I have to read it for you, in your Contract Act, you would have read something called as 2A, 2H. 2H was consideration, I think, or agreement, something like that. How do you read this? Section 2, clause A, section 2, clause H. Yes or no? Yes or no? Then you would have had another section. If it was something like 3, 1, A, 6, 3, 1, A, 6. How do you read this? Section 3, subsection 1, clause A, subclause 6. Subclause 6. Purida. Why is it section 3, subsection 1? Because section 3 is linked. Section 3 is linked. Rahul, always section 3 will be linked? No, you need to read it and check. You need to read it and check. When you read, you will understand whether second item is linked to the first item. If the second item is linked to the first item, then it is subsections. If it is not linked, then it is clause. clause. A simple example I'll give you. In income tax, we have a section called as section 10. We have a section called as section 10. Section 10 is an exemption section. What section? Exemption section, where they've come and given some finite items. They've given some finite items. They've come and said, if you have earned these 500 incomes, if you have earned these 500 incomes, I will not ask for tax from you. I will not ask for tax from you. Simple example, they're coming and saying, gift kurta tax illa. Example solra correct illa solran. Gift kurta tax illa. Example. Okay. Now, first item comes and says, the moment you give a gift, not tax. Second item comes and says, the moment you kill someone and get money, no tax. Is it linked to each other? Is it linked to each other? Will it be called as subsection? It will be called as clause. It will be called as clause. Is that clear, everyone? Yes. Now you understand how it is working out. So every time you read something, you need to understand whether the linking is there or not. If it is linked to the above item, it is subsection. If it is not linked, it is called as clause. It is called as clause. This is for subclause 6. Clause A, subclause 6. Rahul, when it comes to rules, can you directly jump from subrule to clause? No. Why? You are creating a rule which is linked to something in the act, which means it will be in sequence only. Can you have a rule which is having multiple items? You can have only one rule. The rule itself is for an act. Act comes and says you have to do this. How to do this is what you are giving here, which means it will be in sequence, which means it will always be rule, subrule, clause, subclause. Purida, everyone. இப்போ act படிக்கிறது தெரியுமா? Yes. Finals வந்து கேட்டா திருப்பி சொல்லிடுவீங்களா? Sure. Very okay. We are in section number 3. We are in section number 3. Section number 3 comes and says we have to now define something in section number 3, and we agreed that this act is being created because we want to stop the use of fruits. Stop the use of fruits. Yes or no? Yes. So section number 3 becomes my mother section, because section number 3 is now going to decide what am I going to do with this act. What am I going to do with this act? Which means section number 3 will be called as charging section. It will be called as charging section. Charging section is that section which tells you what is happening. Which tells you what is happening. Other things will follow. Other things will follow, which means when you read this charging section, you'll automatically know what the hell is this act for. Yes or no? Yes. Now what are we going to put in section 3? What are we going to put in section 3? We are going to put that if you use fruit going forward, you will be levied a penalty. You will be levied a penalty. Now, levying a penalty is me putting a blame on you, or is it me telling you not to eat? My intention is to make you not to eat. If you violate that, only penalty will come. Yes or no? Yes or no? So, should I directly start from penalty, or should I first give you a chance to take, but first do not eat, then only I will ask you for this? I'll first give you a chance. Which means section 3 should give you a chance, or should directly talk about penalty? Should give me a chance. Which means section 3, what should I write? English. Right, some English. Do you want to give from 2023, or you have already given a commencement date? You can start from commencement date. Yes, so you can say from the commencement of this act. From the commencement of this act. What is 2023? What is 2023? Okay, what do you want to do with it? Why? Why do you want to mention, Ra? What is your intention? You want to say from that date you cannot use, is it? Adana madle pottirukom. It is with effect from 8/9/2023. So I am told from the commencement of this date. Appadina enna artham? 8th kapro lenda aaramikkum. What will you write? From the commencement of this act. What is your lawmaker, ma? What do you want to write? The consumption of fruit where? In India or in Tamil Nadu? Ado sonnolla. The consumption of the fruit in India shall be prohibited. Yes or no? Clear? 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 Now, I am telling that boss, if you don't follow this, I have to levy a penalty. Would I like to put it in the charging section itself? I will like to put a separate section for it because it makes more sense. Yes or no? Yes or no? So I created another section called as section number 5. 4 can also be there, section number 5. I think one more item may come in the middle, so therefore I put section number 5. Heading will be called as penalty. Heading will be called as penalty. English. Subsection 1. Subsection 1. English, simple English. How do you start? Failing to obey by whom?
Failing to obey the section number 3.
By whom? Any individual. So dogs eat panna, prachne illa. If a dog eats a fruit, it's allowed. No, you have to decide. You are the lawmaker. Do you want to provide it for individuals or dogs also? You only gave them the fruit, no? Living being. You decide, you are the lawmaker. Do you want to prohibit for the dog or not prohibit? You want to prohibit it? Everyone? Aligned to it? Yes. So which means we cannot use the word individual then. We need to use something else. We need to use something else. I am probably thinking to use the word person. Any person. Person can mean anything. Person can mean anything. Any person who violates, very good. Violates the provisions, it's not section, the provisions of section 3 shall be charged, levied a penalty of rupees 10,000 of rupees. Done now? Sure? What is pending? I have the powers to collect also. We'll come to that. I'll do that. Okay. Right now, are you clear with this? You think it's pakka? Everything covered? What is not covered? We'll come to that. Is penalty fully covered? Sure? Sure? Yes? Yes, question to you. Question to you. On 8th September, I ate one fruit. I ate one fruit. I violated the section. You asked me for a penalty of 10,000. You asked me for a penalty of 10,000. Okay, I gave it to you. I gave it to you. 10th September, I still ate. 10th September, I once again ate. Will you ask me 10,000 again? You should ask. Where have you told? It's given. Shall be levied a penalty of. I paid you the penalty of 10,000 on. Why are you asking on 10th then? Do you want to levy 10,000 per lifetime or per default? Per? Did you define? Missed out? Yes. One small lag can make an issue. I told you laws should be clear and precise. Laws should be clear and precise. So it should be levied a penalty of 10,000 per default. Per default. Yes or no? Now does it look clear? Now does it look clear? Yes, yes. Now think about it. You have passed the law saying any person eating a fruit going forward, 10,000 penalty, straightforward out. 10,000 penalty, straightforward out. But you know there are certain fruits which are very good for health. There are certain fruits which are very good for health, and giving that may save someone's life. Giving that may save someone's life. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Yes or no? Yes or no? So what happened is, in India, after you passed the law, someone came to you. Someone came to you and came and said, sir, my grandfather is very ill. Doctors have prescribed that he has to eat apples every single day going forward, or else he will die. Or else he will die. Genuine case, non-genuine case? Genuine case. But if you have this act, can he eat an apple? No. which means you need to give an exception. Now, are you giving an exception to the definition or giving an exception to something the act says? Giving an exception to the act. So, which means you will put something called as section number 6. You're giving an exception to the 6. Now, question to you. You are giving this exception to section number 2, 3, 4, 5, illa whole act. 2, 3, 4, 5 whole act. You are trying to give it for the whole act. Trying to give it for the whole act because you are permitting that guy to eat. So, which means you are asking him to violate section 3. Since you are permitting him to eat, you are not asking him for penalty, which means you are asking him to violate section number 5 also. Yes or no? Yes or no? So, you are technically going to pass a section which is going to violate everything. Yes or no? Yes. Now, but the problem is section 3 is your mother section because it is the charging section. It is the charging section. If you want to make any other section superior than your charging section, you need to tell very clearly that this is a superior section. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? For this, we have in the act something called as overriding clause. What clause? Overriding clause, or we call as non-obstante clause. Overriding clause or a non-obstante clause. How does this start? Is we start with the word notwithstanding. Notwithstanding anything contained in you want to override the whole act as some section, whole act. So you will come and say in the act, notwithstanding anything contained in the act. The moment you use the word, what has happened? You have now come and said, I don't care what is there on the top, read me first. Notwithstanding anything contained in the act, which means nothing of that is relevant. First come and read me. I am the superior section now. I am the superior section now. If I would have used the word notwithstanding anything contained in section 3, it means I can only superior section 3. I can still levy penalty. Yes or no? Because penalty is still superior. Penalty is still superior. Right now I am coming and saying, no boss, I want to give open powers to everyone. I want to give open powers to everyone. What am I coming saying? Notwithstanding anything contained in the act, any person on an application, you have made an application only, no? Yes, any person on an application made to yaar, should he come and make a formal application to me, the health minister, or will he make it to my board? I will also create a special body. Yes or no? I will also create a special body. Probably the name will be called as Fruit Regulatory Body of India. FBAI. FBI, Fruit Body of India. Nanu or FBI poduvan. Yes, so I have created an FBI. Will that person make an application to health minister directly, or will he make it to FBI first? If make to FBI, so I will say any application made to the board can be exempted from the regulation of this act. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Read it, no? What does it say? Notwithstanding anything contained in this act, any person making an application to the board can be exempted from the regulations of this act, which means now I have come and told, if you make an application to me and I approve it, that means you don't have to follow Fruit Act. Make sense? Doesn't make sense? Make sense? Yes or no? Rahul, abdi reverse scenario. Abdi reverse scenario. Now I have put a non-obstante clause, which means I am trying to override something. I am trying to override something. What if I want to put something under it? What if I want to put something under it? Which means I am coming and saying, sir, if you want to read me, first take reference from there. First take reference from there. If you take reference from there, then only come to me. Then only come to me. Two options, you can either use a subsection, or if you want to create a new section which is totally different, which is totally different. The wordings will now not be notwithstanding, it will say subject to the provisions of section whatever it is, let's say 5, penalty is 5, subject to the provisions of section 5 if an person is found to be a continuous defaulter. If he is found to be a continuous defaulter, basically what I am trying to tell is one person has been levied 10,000 worth of penalty, but that person is useless. He is again and again making the same mistake. He is again and again making the same mistake. Will I let him continue? I need to put some more stricter clauses. Yes. So I came and said, boss, any mala if you do something, jail only directly for you. What? Jail. So I came and said, if any person is found to be a continuous defaulter for more than, how much time can you okay? How much time is okay for you? 3 times? For more than 3 instances, he shall be punished with the imprisonment of not less than 6 months. Sorry, okay. You are the lawmaker, you decide. Not less than 6 months. Now what is happening? I am coming and saying, boss, first try penalty. 3 instances, Variko, keep silent. 4th instance, put him in jail, that's all. Which means this will be a sub part of my section number 5. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now in this case, section number 5 will override or this will override? 5 will override. 5 will override because it is subject to the provisions. It is subject to the provisions. Unless you satisfy that, you cannot come here. Unless you satisfy that, you cannot come here. Purida Puriliya. Yes, yes. Now does the act look a little complete? Everything you thought about is completed. You said you should not eat fruit. If you eat fruit, there is a penalty. If you have penalty more than 3 times, then it is jail. If you make an application, I will let you continue. I will let you continue, and then I have defined some things also. I have defined some things also. Does the act look complete to you? Does the act look complete to you? Is there something missing out? What age limit? Oh, you want it to happen only for senior citizen, is it? You are not okay with someone of 20 years eating an apple? What mention Panama? Adna kekran. What if a person of an age 8 years is falling ill and he wants to eat an apple? Kuduk matiya. So which means do you want to define it? Correct? If you had certain rules like that where you come and say that no, he should be a person above 60, then only I'll allow, then you can do that also. Okay. Right now I don't think that's required because fruit na everyone will eat. I don't want to stop a second-year-old guy coming and saying no, if you're dying also go die, I don't care. Customer go. Correct? Yes. So right now the act looks complete. Yes or no? Can you understand the law right now? Everything which is making sense to you? Yes or no? There is only one problem for me. There is only one problem for me. Somewhere in section number 5, I've used the word person. I've used the word person, but I don't know what is a person. I don't know what is a person. Yes or no? Yes or no? It can be in anything. It can mean anything. I can talk about an individual, a dog, then company also. What if company is into the production of fruits? They are in the trading of fruits. That can also become violated here. Am I trying to eat fruit violation or am I trying to regulate fruit violation? Eat then. So should a company be covered or not covered? Not covered. Which means I need to define person. Where will I define? You have 2 options. Either you can define person here or you can define a person in section number 2. Rahul, how do you make the decision? How do you make the decision? The answer is very simple. The answer is very simple. If you define something in this section, if you define something in this definition, then the person definition will only take from here. Will only take from here. Which means if by mistakenly section 8 had person, if section 8 had person, then there is no definition for 8. There is no definition for 8. But if you put it in 2, it will become applicable for whole of this. It will become applicable for whole of this. Purida puriliya? Yes or no? Yes. So you need to make a decision how frequently is the name coming. If person is coming only in section number 3, you can put it in only section number 3. If you feel no, this will keep coming again and again and again and again, I will better put it in section 2. I'll better put it in section 2. Purida puriliya? Yes, you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice. Assuming person will come multiple times, I'm going to put it in section number where? India kaproma munadiya? After India, before vegetable. Let's say it is 35. Let's say it is 35. Now you have to again make a choice whether it is inclusive, exclusive, exhaustive. Yes, it is better for person definitions to always be inclusive. To always be inclusive. It is not good to have it exhaustive. Why? Rahul, if I use the word person means individual. Person means individual. Now a very fancy trend is going on in India, in the market. I do not identify as a male. I do not identify as a female. I am bisexual. I do not identify with any gender. I am okay with any gender. I don't like any gender. All complications are going on right now. Yes, that is why they also became tired and they said, boss, LGBTQ kuda patla, plus vera potanga. For them, plus is like residuary. They are like any person is okay. Any person is okay. There is this one comedy which will come in Instagram. Okay, that woman will come and say, I do not identify maths as maths. For me, 1 + 1 is not 2. Because I feel it's derogatory for me. Adla enna derogatory na, it's promoting racism. Eppadina theriyala. Simple one, 2 aache enna prachana unage. It is derogatory to the racism of it. I do not promote it as 2. 1 + 1 should mean bisexual. Ennathu? Summa. Yes, fancy trend is going on right now in market, nothing else. Okay, some small wave has come, it will automatically go off. It will automatically go. My point is very simple. Today, if you use the word person means individual. Anyone tomorrow can come and say, I do not identify as an individual. Yes or no? Possible, not possible. So it is better to put includes. It is better to put includes. You can use person includes individual, a family of individuals, an animal associated with the individual. Because obviously, if the fruit is there on the road and a stray dog is eating it, no one can question him. You cannot put the animal on jail saying you did your own will here. Yes or no? Yes or no? So family associated with the individual will be a better definition. Purida. Yes, this is how a definition will look like. This is how a definition will look like. Make sense? Make sense? Yes. One last thing. If you notice here, let's say I use the word like this. I say any person who violates the provision of section 3, he shall be levied a penalty of 10,000 per default. He shall be levied a penalty of 10,000 per default. The moment you saw the word he, the first thing which comes to your head is, probably this is something only applicable for men, which means females this will not apply. Daddy's princess, no penalty for you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Here is where the problem is. Here is where the problem is. Because if you understand, an act cannot sit and always define he, she, they, them, their. All things are going on. No, we don't identify as he or she. We need they or they. How many people are there? I don't know. They, them, their, z and zir. And the Mario. Okay, you can use that also, it seems. I don't know how. How do you define someone as zir and zir? Okay. The point is, they are coming and saying you have used the word he. Does it automatically mean that it is only for males? No. No. But do you think it is better for, these small things like he, and all, do you have to define in an act? Looks very stupid, right? 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 For which what has happened is there has been a normal act created called as General Clauses Act. What act? I am assuming this is a part of your inter law paper. I am assuming it was there earlier. I am not sure if it is still there. If it is there, you will have it. Okay. There is an act called as General Clauses Act. This General Clauses Act basically was created to state that in a law, there could be certain words. There could be certain words which may not be requiring a specific definition in the act. It does not mean that it cannot be defined. Let me do one thing. I will define it for you. I will define it for you. In one of the clauses of general clauses, they have come and said wherever the word he is used, it shall also include she. General clauses comes and says wherever the word he is used, they will automatically include she. They will automatically include she. Purida Purilia. Yes. So which means if I have to clarify to you, if you want to define something, definition works in this model. Definition works in this model. If you put it in the same section, then it applies to that section. If you put it in section number 2, it applies to whole of the act. If you don't put it in section number 2 also, come and refer General Clauses Act. If it is not there in General Clauses Act also, then what to do? Then what to do? Possible? No. It is not required. General clauses also should define everything. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. I don't think general clauses and all has a definition for LOL. Does it have a definition for LOL? Now, by mistakenly, what happened is the person who was creating the law and all was the brand new Gen Z. So he put something called as LOL. Unfortunately, did not define it in section also. Did not define it in 2 also. General clauses also does not have. Now what to do? Now what to do? Now what to do? In this case, government will give a clarification. Government will give a clarification. They will issue a notification saying that going forward, if any act uses the word LOL, it means laugh out loud. For example, Rahul, government till now has not done that also. Now what? Now what? When nothing works out, customs come in. When I say customs, I'm not talking about GST. I'm not talking about indirect tax. Customs means normal practice. Normal practice. In normal practice, everyone knows LOL means laugh out loud. So they will normally assume LOL means not laugh out loud. If nothing is given anywhere else, then it will normally become your customary practice. Customary practice. Purida Purilia. Yes. Rahul, customary practice also it is still not defined. Check dictionaries. Check dictionary. Dictionary will generally have it. Okay. Courts and all will what they'll do is if nothing is working out, they'll go open a dictionary. In the dictionary, they'll find the meaning. If they find the meaning there, they'll use that meaning. If they don't find a meaning, then they'll go for customary practice. Then they'll go for customary practice. If that is also not happening, then court will decide it off. Then court will come and say, boss, no one has done it. Let me do it for you. And that will become your final definition. That will become your final definition. You understand? Yes. So what is the sequence? First will be section. Second will be section 2. Third will be general clauses. Fourth will be government notification. Fifth will be dictionary meaning. Sixth will be customary practice. Sixth will be customary practice. Everyone clear? Yes. Now does the act look complete to you? Everything is sorted. What you wanted to do, everything is done. Yes. This is how an act is created, regardless of which act you're talking about. Regardless of which act you're talking about, including my Income Tax Act. Including my Income Tax Act. You will start from section number 1, go to 2, then charging sections, and multiple things will come. Multiple things will come. Is that clear, everyone? Yes. From the breakfast class, after breakfast class, we have one small theory topic called as circular and notification. Circular and notification. At the mudstu, we are now getting into the subject. We are getting into the subject where I'll use the same sequence. I'll use the same sequence. I've already defined you what is section number 1. I'm not going to define you section number 2 because it is general definition. I cannot define it right away. There are about 600 definitions there. So it is better for me to define it as and when we go forward. Yes. So we will then start with section number 3, 4, 5 and then go forward. Purida, everyone comfortable till what we have done right now? Yes, you are able to grasp your logic right now. Or laws or puridu. You understand what you have done in foundation and where you are right now. At least இப்போ ஒரு base இருக்கு. கரெக்ட்டா? புரிய வச்சதுக்கு CA level base இருக்கு. இருக்கா? Everyone. Yes. On that mood, go and have your breakfast and come. We will resume back at half an hour, 10 o'clock. Yes? Take your break, people. Awesome. Shall we start? Yes. Great. So we started with something called as income tax laws. We tried to understand what do you mean by an income tax act, finance act, income tax rules. We are now yet to discuss what is a circular and a notification. We are now to discuss about a circular and a notification. Before that, we have tried to prepare a draft law and we have understood how an act works, how a rules works. Yes. Now we are moving into something called as circulars and a notification. Just to understand, have you ever heard about these two words or is it fresh to you? Anyone? Has anyone heard about circulars and notifications? Yes? Anyone? No? 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 What have you heard? What have you heard about? What do you mean by circulars and notifications? Question to you quickly. Circulars and notifications, whom do you think will issue it? Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, Narendra Modi, CBDT, Ministry of Finance, Chartered Accountants, BCom qualifieds, none of the above. Who do you think will issue circulars and notifications? CBDT. Okay. Now, why is the question? Why is the question? Let's take a simple example. I'm just drawing something random. Okay. Some random. Some random thing. Okay, I've drawn something. What do you think I've drawn? Anyone? One person said it is glass of water. Okay. Yes. Anything else? Sorry, juice. Juice na inna juice. Any juice. Blue color la kerosene. Ah, okay. Kerosene. No, that's okay. That's fine. Kerosene. Scientific experiment na chemical. Okay. Chemical. Okay. What else? Mojito. Mojito illa. Mojito. Mojito. Okay. What else? Anything else coming to head? You can be free, ma. You have something else also in mind which is not legal. That's also fine. Harpic. Harpic. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Comfort and the comfort. That's okay. That's okay. I'm just asking for open discussion. At least I'm happy people are answering. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anything else? Anything else which comes to head? Whatever you are thinking in your head is matched for everyone. Yes? 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 Yes. Imagine you are all income tax officers. Imagine you are all income tax officers. Something like this comes to you. Something like this comes to you. One person is saying it is a water glass. Some person is saying it is a mojito. Some person is saying it is kerosene. Some person is saying it is a chemical. Yes or no? Yes or no? You see where the problem is? What is the problem? What is the problem? All of you are income tax officers. Every single one of you is an income tax officer. Every single one of you looks at it differently. Yes? Yes? Now imagine I am the assessee. Imagine I am the assessee sitting in Chennai. Sitting in Chennai. I opened up a business. Something like this. Something like, I don't know what it is. I just opened something. I created something. This came up. This came up. Now you are my officer. You are my officer. As a person in Chennai. I came to you. I showed you this product. You came and said this is a glass of water. What did you say? Glass of water. I said, okay, sir, what is the problem? What is the problem? You told I will refer you to the GST department. I'll refer you to GST department. I went to the GST department. I showed him this. GST department came and said, looks like a glass of water because my friend told. My friend told. Glass of water is a necessity of life. Therefore, GST 0. GST 0. So I opened up a business. First business I opened up, I showed them something. They're saying 0% GST. Good for me, bad for me? Good for me. I started manufacturing. Suddenly what happened? 2 months later, transfer. 2 months later, transfer. Some other officer came. He called me. Rahul, come to the office. I came to the office. I showed him the product. He looked at my product. He came and said, looks like a comfort. Which means this is going to be used for your daily needs. Is it a normal necessity or is it luxury? Do you normally use comfort or do you normally use a normal soap? Comfort is for what? Comfort is for fragrance. Is it normally used? No. Luxury product. Yes or no? So they came and said, boss, I will charge 5% GST. I will charge. 2 months munadi it was 0. Now it has become 5. You are like, okay, 5 also no problem. 5 also no problem. You continued business. Your business is growing very nicely. Okay, you are in Chennai, your business is going very nicely. You decided that your business is growing very nicely, so you tried to expand. You now move to Kerala wing. Kerala, you have opened a new factory for which you went and met the GST officer. GST officer looked at it, he came and said, looks like some chemical, pa. Looks like some chemical. I want 12% GST. I want 12% GST. You are still manufacturing. You now move to Delhi wing. And you know Delhi is famous for things. Yes. So you move to the Delhi wing. Delhi wing, the officer saw, must be tasting well. Pakka, this is mojito. Looks like some alcohol might be inside. Okay, so therefore this is a prohibited item. Shut down your business. Shut down your business or give me something under the table. I said, sir, shut down the business only for me. 3 factories are already there. Delhi may not be required. Then you went somewhere else. You went to, let's say, Gujarat. One other officer is standing in front of you. He comes and says, this looks like kerosene. You can put oil, you can put fire in it, it will burn. Adu eppadi solvaanga, like kurkure chips, you put fire, plastic will come. So he tried to put fire on it. Fire also burned. So he's like, this is kerosene, pakka kerosene only. He said kerosene and all is a hazardous product, therefore I want 28% GST. I want? In a matter of 2 months, the rate has changed from 0 to 28 with one prohibition where product is still the same, human is still the same. Issue is with officers. Yes or no? Now who is the king? You are the king or assessing officer is the king? Everyone has their own thought. You think I'll be able to sustain in the market? Yes or no? Very difficult. Yes. The problem is with me or the problem is with the officer? Officer. And every officer is working for one king called as CBDT. Every officer is working for one king called as CBDT. That is his mother. If mother says this is glass of water, this is glass of water. Neela solla mudiyama. Who will give a direction? CBDT. So what I did, I got fed up, I went to CBDT. My friend who was there in income tax department, he came to CBDT department. He got promoted, so I went to him, I came and said, hey, prachne pandranga ellarum. 0 lende 28 maatitanga, or prohibition vera kuttanga. You are my friend. Do me a favor. What? Go and inform everyone in the department that this is glass of water. In your Come back to your school days. In your school days, you had a notice board on which there will be a parcha. It is hereby informed that students should wear this and come. Tomorrow is a holiday. Top line heading எழுதிருக்கும். Circulars. That circular is binding on the teachers and the students or is binding on other schools? It is binding on your school. Your school. So if the CBDT all comes and issues a circular, comes and says, department, everyone going forward, follow this as glass of water. Department, everyone has to follow it as a glass of water. Yes or no? Yes or no? In simple words, can I come and say circular is a clarification given by the CBDT to its own officers? Make sense? Yes. Rahul, unfortunately what happened? This useless guy who was sitting there, he became the CBDT head. He became my CBDT head. When I made an application, that guy came and said, no, this is kerosene. Going forward, all officers has to decide this as, are you happy? Will you agree? For you, what it is? Will you go and say, no, CBDT said so, therefore it is kerosene only for me? You can always fight na. You will not do a physical fight, you will go to the, can I come and say circular is issued by the department, CBDT to its department. It is not issued to me. Therefore, I can choose to not follow. I can choose to not follow. In simple words, can I come and say circulars are binding only on the department, not binding on the assessees? True or not? True or not? Yes. Circulars are only binding to the school. It is not binding to any other school. Just because your school come and put a circular, every school will not come and declare a holiday. It is only your school who will declare a holiday. Other school will not come and say, nee declare panna, I will not declare, I will do something. It is only for your school, only you will take care of it. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. At the same time, if CBDT has given a direction that it is kerosene, it is kerosene. Do you think the officer can come and say, nee yaarra pesarudhu na idu glass of water na solven? Solla mudiyuma? Can the assessing officer come and say, CBDT is not my mother, I will not care about it, I will take it as kerosene only? Which means CBDT given instruction has to be followed by department, does not have to be followed by assessee. Purida Purilia? Yes. So in simple words, circulars are a clarification given by the CBDT to its officers, which is binding on the officers, not binding on assessee, not binding on assessee. But think about it logically. If the person in CBDT was my friend and he had declared this as a glass of water, will I go and fight in the court? Will I go in the fight in the court? It is beneficial to me, yes or no? Yes or no? At that point of time, can the officer come and say, even though it is beneficial for you, it is not binding on you, so you should not do 0, you should do 5. Will you do that? You will come and say, it is benefit for me only. No, ye aarra pesradhu. Unukku 0% sollittaangala, moodi vechiko. Yes or no? Officer has to follow 0. You are not disputed because officer cannot question you. Which means, if it is beneficial for you, you will like to follow. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? In simple words, can I come and say circulars are a clarification given by the CBDT to the department, binding on the department, not binding on the officers, assessees, not binding on the assessees. But if it is beneficial for the assessee can take the benefit. Possible, not possible? Everyone. This is what is called as circulars. This is what is called as circulars. Any doubts? Next thing is called as English. What do you mean? English, ma. What are you trying to do? You are trying to. Who is trying to notify? Obviously CBDT. If he is trying to notify, he will try to notify only his department or everyone in the world, India. He will try to inform everyone in India. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Simple example. I am coming and saying, going forward in income tax, I don't want to pay tax single rupee. I don't want to pay tax single rupee. I went to CBDT. My friend is there. I went to my friend and I came and said, you are my friend. Put a notification saying Rahul Agarwal going forward will pay 0 tax in India. Will pay 0 tax in India. Assuming the act had such powers. Assuming the act had such powers where they had given powers to this person to make an application like that. Assuming that CBDT has given an authority saying Rahul going forward will not pay tax in India. This document which is there is binding on me. Yes or yes? This document is binding on the department. Yes or yes? This document I can use as an evidence and go to someone else, show it to him, say Rahul Agarwal going forward not taxable, yes or yes? Can the other person come and say I will not follow because it is not for me? No. In simple words, notifications are applicable for everyone, meaning assessees and departments. Assessees and departments. Rahul, what are you doing with the notification? You're trying to change something or notify something. You're trying to change something or notify something. What would you like to change? Who prepared the rules? Who prepared rules? CBDT. Rules are applicable for everyone. Rules are applicable for everyone. So if I have to make a change in the rule, I would like to do it by way of circular or notification? Notification. So I can issue a notification to make changes in my rules. Possible, not possible? Possible. So any kind of notification is given for you to change something in the rules or to notify certain things. Or to notify certain things. This will be done by CBDT. This will be done by CBDT and it will be binding on assessees and officers. Assessees and officers. Clear till here? Yes. MCQ question, if it comes and says, what of the two are binding on assessees? Circular, notification, act, all of the above. Which of the following is binding on the assessee is the question. Circular, notification, act, all of the above. Should I write it down? What is A? Circular. What is B? What is C? What is D? I am asking which of the following is binding on department. When I use the word which of the following, it means multiple choice can be done. Multiple choice can be done. Which is the right answer? Act. Assessee. Option D. Option A. Which of the following is binding on department? Which of the following is binding on department? One answer, straightforward. Yes, sir. Everyone, read page number 2. Page number 2. Circulars are always issued by CBDT. Notifications are issued by CBDT or the central government. Circulars are dealing with specific problems or clarifying doubts regarding the scope and meaning of any provisions of the act. Okay, scope is regarded and any meaning is regarded. In my case, it was the picture. In my case, it was the picture. That is the scope. So they are trying to clarify the scope of the picture. In notifications, they are trying to give effect to the specific provisions of the act or to modify income tax rules. Circulars are binding only on department. Assessees can also take benefit of beneficial circulars. Notifications are binding on both assessees and department. Take your important highlighter ink, not the amendment ink, the important highlighter ink. Your important highlighter ink, mark it. Okay, might come as an MCQ question, just be careful about it. Might come as an MCQ question, just be careful about it. Clear, everyone? Yes, great. With this, we are done with also what is called as circulars and notifications. Circulars and notifications. Going back to your laws, we started with act, rules, circulars, notifications, case laws. While I have told you case laws is out of syllabus, you need to understand what is a case law. You need to understand what is a case law. Fairly in simple words, case law is nothing but dispute. Case law is nothing but dispute. In simple words, like I told you, CBDT officer came and informed as a circular that this is a kerosene. I feel this is a glass of water. What will we both do? We'll both go fight in the court. Court's responsibility is what? Will it try to create a law? Will it try to follow a law? It will try to interpret a law. It will try to interpret the law. So, court will interpret the law and inform both of us which is right. Purida Purilia. Yes, that is why they are called as the judicial body. They are only the law interpreters. They are not law makers. They are not law enforcers. They are only the law interpreters. This is what you need to keep in mind. Okay. Now, if it comes to Income Tax Act, while it is not a part of a syllabus, I am just clarifying it to you. When it comes to Income Tax Act, suppose you want to dispute. Your hierarchy is important. You start with something called as CIT capital A. The first level of appeal. It is called as Commissioner of Income Tax Appeals. First fight you will do with Commissioner. You will go and say, sir, your junior is not supporting me. Who's junior? Income tax officer. Okay. So you will go and complain to the commissioner saying, your junior is not supporting me. At least you be my support. So first appeal will happen in the department itself. You will first go and manage with the boss. Boss also says, boss, I don't agree. My junior is right. You will then leave it there itself. You will do further appeal. In Income Tax Act, you call it as ITAT. Or in wording sense, it's called as ITAT. Full form is Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. In Companies Act, you would have heard something called as NCLT, which is nothing but National Company Law Tribunal. In Income Tax, it is called as Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. In GST, it will be called as GST Tribunal. I am bothered about my subject, so it is Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. Rahul, I tried making an application to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. That guy also did not listen. I will further appeal. Further appeal will be with HC. High Court. Further appeal will be with HC, which is nothing but High Court. Rahul, High Court is also not listening to me. Fight Supreme Court. Rahul, Supreme Court is also not listening to me. Shut your mouth and go, that's all. Nothing can be done further. Supreme Court is the apex court of India. Which means it is the final authority. If you cannot win it in Supreme Court, that becomes the final decision. Neither you can dispute, neither they can dispute. Nor they can dispute. And for a fact, if Supreme Court passes a judgment, that becomes the law of the land. It means you can walk 100 steps now, you can walk 100 steps. That's all. No one can come and debate. With only one exception. I told you, courts are a law interpreter. Courts are a law interpreter, which means when there is a law, it can be interpreted. If the law itself is not there, can he interpret? No. The law itself is not there, he cannot interpret. In simple words, generally judicial bodies have more power. But legislative body has a simpler, better power. What am I trying to say is, simple example. If I came and said that Supreme Court has decided if you walk 100 steps, you are a human being. 100 steps, you are a human being. Act had initially come and said you should walk 200 steps, then only you are a human being. Supreme Court came and said not required, you walk 100 steps also, you are a human being. What is the final answer? 100 steps, because Supreme Court has given a decision on that. Supreme Court has given a decision on that. Do you think lawmakers will sit silent? Do you think lawmakers will sit silent? No. What they will do is, they have the powers. In the next year, they can change the law again. In the next year, they can change the law again. If they put an additional line item saying, for the purpose of this clause, it is hereby clarified that you will be a human only if you walk 100 steps, 200 steps. Only if you walk 200 steps. Next year, what has happened? Law has changed. If law has changed, the decision of Supreme Court becomes invalid, because he can only interpret a law. Law itself has changed, which means he has to again interpret. He has to again interpret. Now, in this scenario, it is clearly given that it will only be because it is 200. Can he interpret something else now? The reason why my income tax book is 6,000 pages is because income tax told something. We were not happy. We went and fought. Court gave it in my favor or their favor? My favor. Department felt insulted. So department next year did what? They came and said, "Avan pesradhu thappu. Avanukku onnum puriyala, enakku dhaan theriyum." So they went and changed the law. Because of which what happened? Law book increased. Because of its size increased. 6,000 pages which you are looking at is nothing but the changes which happens every single year, because we keep modifying the law every single year. Okay, we also don't sit silent, they also don't sit silent. Yes, we also have a tail on the back, no? We also will not sit silent. We also want to pay lesser tax. Government also comes and says, how are you to cheat me? We will also change the law again and again. Yes or no? Yes. That is where the complication comes. That is where the complication comes. As we start discussing the sequence of chapters, in every chapter I will come and tell you the provisions. And when I tell you the provisions, I'll tell you what happened, then what someone did, then what we spoke about, and then what happened finally. Yes or no? All this will happen. Yes, all games will happen in this games. Okay, this is only because of the fact that we are having too much horns on our head and we feel like we can interpret laws in whatever sense. Courts are also like, yes boss, he is interpreted properly, so he also agrees to us. And then government feels insulted because he has its own ego. So government will come and change the law. Now court decision becomes invalid, but my book keeps increasing. Can't help it also. Yes or no? Yes or no? By what and all we'll discuss. By what and all we'll discuss, but this is what your sequence is. This is what your sequence is. But yes, Rahul, Supreme Court ku mela kuda yaro irukangla? Is there someone beyond the Supreme Court? Anyone? Have you heard about anything beyond Supreme Court? We have something called as ICJ. We have something called as ICJ. It is called as International Court of Justice. Even beyond Supreme Court stands International Court of Justice. But Rahul, can I go and make an appeal to International Court of Justice? No. International Court of Justice, only those cases come up which are cross-border issues. Which are cross-border issues. I cannot go and put my problems with my department to them. Okay, I cannot go to International Court of Justice and come and say, sir, my Indian government is not being very nice to me, so therefore you help me out. He will say, it is your government, you take care. Okay, the things which go to International Court of Justice are those kind of cases where I will come and say, sir, Indian government is being cheated by English government, or English government is forcing some more laws on Indian government. Or we can come and fight saying, sir, I am from West Indies, coming to India, India is asking me for taxes. That is possible. Okay, so International Court of Justice, only those kind of items go which is impacting multiple countries. It is impacting multiple countries. Other than that, nothing can touch your International Court of Justice. You cannot go and fight before International Court of Justice saying Indian government is not being happy with Indian people. They will come and say, it is your parent, you take care. Get some beatings, go home, that's all. Okay, but I cannot help you on the international level for these kind of puny transactions. Purida, Purilia. Everyone? Yes, this is what your appeal sequence is. This is what your appeal sequence is. The whole of the sequence will be learnt in finals. The whole of the sequence will be learnt in finals, along with what rules, what regulations, what sequence, everything is there. We'll all learn it in finals. Right now, it is not there. Okay, right now, our entry will stop at the stage when we compute our taxes and close it off. That's all. After that, what officers do, after that, what appeals happen, everything will happen at final level. Everything will happen at final level. Is that clear, everyone? Perfect. This marks the completion of your first page called as income tax laws. நேத்துல இருந்து ஒரே ஒரு பேஜ் தான் முடிச்சிருக்கோம். பாரு ஒரே பேஜ் தான் முடிச்சிருக்கோம், வேற ஒன்றும் முடிக்கல. இப்போதைக்கு லாஸ் மட்டும் தான் முடிச்சிருக்கு, வேற ஒன்றும் வரல. எஸ்ஸா எஸ்ஸா எஸ், perfect. With us completing, what do you mean by a law? We now have a fair understanding of entering the subject. Do we have a fair understanding? Can we now enter the subject? Let's enter the subject. We are now completing section number 1, which spoke about Income Tax Act, where we came and said there is 3 items inside it. One is called as short title, extent, commencement. Short title is Income Tax Act 1961. Extent is whole of India. We have already defined India under section 2, clause 25A. Then we came and said it is applicable with effect from 1st April 1962. By what we'll discuss. This is what the section number 1 says. This is what section number 1 says. Then section number 2 talked about general definitions. We will not discuss about it. We will do it slowly as we go forward. We'll do it. Then comes section number 3. For me to help you with section number 3, we actually need to complete section number 4 first. The reason is because in Income Tax Act, the charging section is not section 3. The charging section is section 4. Which means what happens in this act? Why do you have this act? What is the reason for this act? Everything will be given in section number 4. For my Income Tax Act, the mother section becomes section number 4. Clear? Yes, which means only if something falls under section number 4 does it fall under this act. If it falls under this act only, you will talk about it. Otherwise, you will not talk about it. Purida puridiya? Yes, sir. Today's whole discussion will go into section number 4. Rende line. Okay, read the section number 4. It's in page number 5. It's in page number 5. Heading is called as charge of income tax, which is nothing but your charging section. We are going to read 2 lines. Simple 2 lines, that's all. Okay, 2 lines reads that income tax shall be charged on the total income earned by a person during the previous year at the rates in force and shall be accessible in the. That's all. This is my charging section. What? Income tax shall be charged on the total income earned by a person during the previous year at the rates in force and shall be accessible in the. Clear? Did you understand the whole line? Everything. The whole 2 lines is understood. No doubts at all. Everyone. No doubts. You understood every single word. Noah. You understood every single word. What words did you not understand? Let's highlight. What words and all you did not understand? Assessment here. Very good. I didn't understand what is assessment here. What else did you not understand? Rates in force. Okay. What else did you not understand? Everything else is clear. No issues. Accessible. I am Suma highlighting it. Maybe easy only, but if you didn't understand, then I will explain. That's not my responsibilities. You have understood everything else. Total income. Previous year. Everything else is clear. No issues at all. No issues at all. Sure. What is income? You know what is income? What is income? You told you understood, no? What is income? Earnings of a from employer. Okay. வீட்ல இருந்து வந்தா ஓகே பிஸ்னஸ்ல இருந்து வந்தா இருக்கு. ஓகே gift கொடுத்தா அதுவும் இருக்கு. ஸ்மக்லிங் பண்ணா இருக்கா இல்லையா? இஸ் இட் an income, not an income? இன்கமா இல்லையா? நான் கேட்டேனா அன்டிஸ்க்ளோஸ்டு இன்கமா இல்லையா? இன்கம். ஓகே யூ ஹவ் சோல்ட் யுவர் ஃப்ரிட்ஜ், இன்கம். ஓகே யூ ஹவ் பாட் ஷேர்ஸ் ஆஃப் அ கம்பெனி, இன்கமா நாட் இன்கமா? நான் என்ன கேட்குறேன், இன்கமா நாட் இன்கமா? இன்கமா? No, she is telling income, you are telling not an income. உள்ளக்குள்ள ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டிசைட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, எனக்கு என்ன பிரச்சனை? இன்கமா நாட் இன்கம்? நாட் இன்கம். ஓகே யூ ஃபவுண்ட் மணி ஆன் த ரோட், யூ begged on the road, income not income? You kidnapped someone, and you only told you no income, no? தெரியலையா? ஹைலைட் பண்ணிடலாமா? சரி ஓகே. Do you know what is a person? Do you know what is a person? Is company a person? Is I say a person? Is animal a person? Is robot a person? தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? ஏய் தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? தெரியாது. ஹைலைட் பண்ணிடலாமா? ஷாரா? சரி வேற மற்றதெல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுதா? டாக்ஸ் என்னென்ன புரிஞ்சுல? டாக்ஸ் நேத்தே படிச்சிட்டோம். ஏய் படிச்சிட்டோமா படிக்கலையா? அப்போ தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? அது தெரியும்ல, அது திருப்பி சொன்னோமா? ஓகே டாக்ஸ் ஐ எம் நாட் ஹைலைட்டிங். ஓகே வேற ஷால் பி சார்ஜ்டு, சிம்பிள் இங்கிலீஷ். ஆன் த, ஓகே earned by, okay during the, okay at the, okay and shall, okay be, okay if in the, which means preposition தவிர எல்லாமே தெரியாது. கரெக்டா? கரெக்டா? ஏன்டா ராகுல் 2 லைன் சொன்னேன், மொட்டை எல்லாமே தெரியாது சொல்லிட்டேன், அப்புறம் என்னது? ஒன்னொன்னு டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணோமா எல்லாமே? ஐயோ சரி படிப்போம். Let's start with the easier ones. Let's start with the easier ones. What do you think is the easiest one? You tell me, I will discuss. I don't mind. I know everything. Previous year is easy, is it? Okay. நீங்க சொல்லிட்டீங்க, எனக்கு என்ன? So let's discuss what is previous year and assessment year. You told I am discussing, I don't mind. Okay. I thought something else is also easier, but you feel it's easier, then fine. Okay. Understand, you are doing a subject called as income tax. You're doing a subject called as income tax. For you to do tax on income, you need to know your income. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now question to you is very simple. If you are going to find out your income, income means what? Generally in your P&L, income means what? Is it the revenue? Is it the cost? Or is it revenue minus cost? It is your revenue minus cost. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Now think about it and tell me. Think about it and tell me. You are a person who's going to be paid, who's going to pay taxes on your income. You're going to pay taxes on your income, which means I need 2 items. One item is, the other item is cost. The other item is cost. Revenue is something which you know. As in when you keep doing business, you will have revenue. The moment you do revenue, will you have a cost? Or will it take some time? It may also take some time. Yes or no? It can be the reverse scenario also. You might have first incurred some cost, but revenue will take time. Yes or no? Yes. So on the date on which you made the sale, can you pay taxes that day itself? No. Why? Because you need some time to evaluate your cost. The day on which itself you incurred expenses, can you go and ask department for refund? No, because you need to also find out your income. Yes or no? Yes or no? So which means there should be a definitive timeline. There should be a definitive timeline where I should come and say, boss, on the time variko, whatever income you earn and whatever cost you pay, the difference will become my income. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? In normal sense, as an accounting person, for you, the best timeline is 1 month, 12 months, 3 months, 4 months, 1 year, 5 years. What is the best timeline for you? 1 year. The best timeline for you is 1 year, which means you will call it as year. You'll call it as year. So I'm coming and saying, in 1 year, whatever revenue you earn and whatever cost you incur, difference of that will become my, and I'm going to pay tax. Yes or no? Yes or no? So I want to find out one specific year in which I've earned my revenue, and I want to find out what is my cost in that same year, basis which I'm going to pay my tax. Yes or no? Now, when will I know my income? Will I know my income after that year is over or during that year itself? I will know my income after the year is over, which means I can pay my tax after the year is over, which means I can find out my tax after the year is over, which means I can assess my tax after the year is over, which means that year will be called as my assessment year. Yes or no? Assessment year is the year in which you assess your income in order to pay taxes. Assess your income in order to pay taxes. Yes or no? Yes or no? Apo Rahul, what is previous year? The year before assessment year. The year before? What did you do in this year? You earned your income in this year. Yes or no? Yes or no? So Rahul, what is assessment year? Assessment year is the year in which you assess your taxes. Previous year is the year in which you earn your income. Purida Purilia. Everyone. Previous year is the year in which you earn your income. Assessment year is the year in which you assess your taxes. Now, for you, finance budget of 2023 is applicable. This budget is going to help you earn income in 2023 to 24. It is going to help you earn income in 23 to 24, which means 23-24 will become your previous year. Hello. What is your Finance Act? 23. Your Finance Act is 2023. This Finance Act is applicable for financial year 23-24, which means you are going to earn your income in 23-24. So your previous year will become 23-24. That means your assessment year will become, very good, 24-25. Your assessment year will become 24-25. Now if you think about it, Rahul, May 24 I am writing. May 24 I am writing for my income earned in previous year 23-24, for my assessment year 24-25, which means in May 24 you will write for assessment year 24-25. In November 24 you will write for assessment year 24-25. Now you understand why May and November same assessment year. And now you understand why May 24 you're reading Finance Act 23, because you're talking not from previous year angle, you're talking from assessment year angle. From assessment year angle, May 24 will give you assessment year 24-25. November 24 will give you assessment year 24-25. That is why you are learning for assessment year 24-25. If you want to learn for assessment year 24-25, you need the previous year 23-24. Data for previous year 23-24 will be in Finance Act 2023. Sense agada? Sense agada? Yes. Coming back to the question, Rahul, Income Tax Act is written as Income Tax Act 1961, is with effect from 1960. Why, Rahul? Why, Rahul? Because you earned your income in 61, 62. But you are going to assess your income in 62, 63, which means it will affect from 1st April 62, which means rules also have to come from 60. Purida, Mandicha sequence. The whole Income Tax Act has been drafted in assessment year terms. Has not been drafted in previous year terms, which means when you open Finance Act 23, it will not come and say that I am talking about income earned in 23-24. It will come and say these rules are applicable from 1st April 24, because it is talking from assessment year angle. So it will come and say that whatever is there in Finance Act 23 will be effective from 1st April 24, which means will be effective from assessment year 24-25, which means it is talking about previous year. Purida, everyone, for your exams, previous year is 23-24. For your exams, assessment year is 24-25. Now if you read, if you understand, see, income tax shall be charged on the total income earned by a person during the previous year. Your previous year is 23-24 at the rates in force and shall be assessable in the, which is your nothing but your May and November 24. Nothing but your May and November 24. Ippo Purida, Ellarum. Yes, check your Finance Act oda thing, no? Check your Finance Act oda thing. Check your Finance Act oda thing. If you notice, I have written rates of income tax applicable for a particular assessment year is mentioned in the Finance Act, where I have come and said on part 3, rate of income tax relevant for relevant financial year AY 24-25 AY 24-25. Why have I written AY 24-25? Because Finance Act 23 will tell me what is my rates of taxes for my previous year 23-24, which means for my assessment year 24-25. For my assessment year 24-25. Simple. Yes, which means when you go for articleship, and the principal is coming and asking you, tell me what are the rates of taxes. You will ask him which previous year, assessment year. You will ask him which assessment year. He says, Rahul, I want for assessment year 25-26. I want for assessment year 25-26. You will say, okay, please give me Finance Act 24. Purida, everyone. Yes, so your assessment year will decide which Finance Act do you have to look at. As of now, you are reading Finance Act 23, which means assessment year 24-25. If he comes and asks you for assessment year 25-26, you will have to ask for Finance Act 24. Yes or no? If he is coming and saying, Rahul, I want a very old law. Tell me what were the tax rates in assessment year 10-11. Assessment year. You will ask him for Finance Act 2009. You will ask him for Finance Act 2009. Ippo Purida. Yes, read. Part 1 is giving you previous assessment year order data. Part 2 is telling you current assessment year order TDS. Part 3 is coming and telling you current assessment year order rates. For your exams, part 1 important, part 2 important, part 3 important. 1, 2 or 3? 1, 2 or 3? 1, 2 or 3? 3. Because 3 is having your current income tax rates. 3 is having your current income tax rates. Yes or no? Yes. That is why when you go into the market, as you stand in the market, no, you will see some weird names using. Some people have this fancy thing to use something called as current previous year. What? Hey, current or previous? Something is wrong, right? It says current previous year. Something is wrong. It is right. It is right. Why is it right, Rahul? What is current previous year? 23-24 is your current year going on, but it will become your previous year for your assessment year. Therefore, it is your current previous year for this exam is Nile, ni sonno. 23-24 நீ தான் அசஸ்மெண்ட் 24-25 எழுதுறல, அப்புறம் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் எப்படி உனக்கு 23-24 இருக்காது? What is your previous year? 23-24. You are currently running in that previous year. You are currently running in that previous year. Therefore, it is called as current. Yes or no? Yes or no? Going forward, if you see the word, don't get weird. Correct word only. Correct word only. It's called as current previous year. For your exam, it is 23-24. For your exam, it is 23-24. Now, do you understand? Everyone? Yes. So, which means going forward, whenever I read something to you, I will never use the word previous year going forward. I will only use the word assessment year going forward. I will only use the word assessment year going forward. Don't get confused. Assessment year is the next year of the year in which you are earning your income. So, I am asking you to compute your taxes for the previous year, which means for your financial year, relevant financial year. I am asking you to compute taxes, but I want you to tell me what is the tax only in assessment year. I want you to tell me the taxes only in assessment year. Purida, Puriliya? Everyone? Yes. So, I have told you what is the previous year. I have told you what is an assessment year, but probably problematically, I have only told you what is previous and assessment. I have not told you what is an year. I told you what is previous. I told you what is assessment. I did not tell you what is an year. What is an year? What is an year? What is an year? Huh? Very good. Year is a period of 12 months. Year is a period of 12 months. Here is where there is a small problem. Here is where there is a small problem. When you would have done accounts, accounts you would have seen multiple companies and all showing 1st January to 31st December. Yes or no? 1st June to 31st July, 31st May, July to June. All nonsenses and I have seen. Correct? At the same time, in Companies Act, your faculty will also come and tell you, generally you should follow financial year, but you can follow some other year also. You can follow some other year also. Income tax does not allow all that. Income tax does not allow all that. Income tax portha varaikku there is only 1 year called as financial year. There is only 1 year called as financial year, which means, so under Income Tax Act, year means a period of 12 months, which is starting from 1st April, which is starting from 1st April. The moment you say it is starting from 1st April, automatically 31st March is covered. Automatically 31st March is covered. That is why whenever I use the word, I said 24-25. I never use the word 24. I use the word 24-25, which means it starts from 1st April 24 to 31st March 25. 31st March 25. Clear, not clear? Everyone? Yes. If I have to note it down, my previous year is and no confusion are 23-24. My assessment year is 24-25. The effective date is 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. My assessment year is 1st April 24 to 31st. Puranjada? Everyone? Clear to clear? Yes. Awesome. This is what is called as previous year and assessment year. Any doubts till now? No? This is where the complication starts. This is where the complication starts. Question to you. Can previous year be less than 12 months? Can previous year be less than 12 months? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. How? Very good. Let's take a simple example. You are article student right now. CA foundation qualified, have zero income. You will clear in May or right in May? You will clear in July. Immediately after July, you will starting August. You are into articleship. You have started earning income. You have to start paying. You have to start paying taxes. Yes or no? Yes or no? For you, your previous year started from April or August? August. Yes or no? Your previous year started from August because that is the time you started earning income. So can previous year be less than 12 months? Can previous year be less than 12 months? Yes. Only in cases where the business is newly starting up. Only in cases where the business is newly formed. Business is newly formed. So there is an exception to previous year. The exception to previous year comes and says if a business is starting, during the year, if a business is starting during the year, your previous year will also start from that respective date, which means, let's say for example, I opened up a new company. The new company opened up on 20th September 2023. 20th September 2023. Your previous year is 23-24. Your assessment year is 24-25. Give me the date format. I'll help you. I'll give you the date. It's 31st March 24. Give me the start date. Give me the start date. Yeah, I helped you half. No, you helped me balance half. 29. 29 first April. 29. When your business itself has started in 23, there is no point of you having an income before 23. So taxes can also start only from 23. It cannot start from prior to that. Clear? Assessment year. A number, date. 1st April. Rahul, business started on 20th September. For previous year, you took only about September, October, November, December, January, February, March, 6.5 months. For previous year, you took only 6.5 months. Assessment year, you're asking me to take 12 months. This also should be proportionated, no? Correct, no? Why?
Because the business is keep on doing.
Dave, why do you have assessment year for? Only to assess your taxes, no? What do you care whether it was 6 months earlier or not? Assessment year is only for you to assess your taxes. Whether you assess it on 1st March or you assess it on 31st March, who cares? Yes or no? What is that year for? Only to find out what your tax is. Do you have to put a date against it? Do you have to reduce it to 12 months? Which means assessment year can be full 12 months. Yes or no? Yes or no? In simple words, can I come and say that previous year may or may not be 12 months, but assessment year will always be 12 months? Yes or no? Does the logic make sense? Yes, because assessment year is the year in which only you're going to assess taxes. There is nothing else which you're going to do. Your business has already started last year itself. This year is only for you to assess your taxes. Nothing else apart from that is happening. Can you have it for the whole 12 months then? Why not? What is the problem? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So, which means previous year will always be for 12 or lesser. But assessment year will only be for 12 months. Assessment year will only be for 12 months. Is that clear to everyone? 100% sure. No doubts. Did you understand both the concepts? Can I ask a question? Can previous year be for 1 day? Can previous year be for 1 day? Simple question. Business started on 31st March 2023. Business started on 31st March 23. Get me the previous year and assessment year. Rahul understood everything சொன்னீங்க? What is my previous year? 23, 24? Okay. 23. 3, 24 is my previous year assessment year. Previous year assessment year is 24, 25. What is my previous year date format? What is my date format? Quickly. What is my date format? You are the ones, no? Previous year assessment year, the easy, loud. Let's try that. What is my date format? Or do you want to change your previous year? Let's change the previous year. Okay. What is my previous year now? Previous year is 22, 23. Assessment year is date format. I don't know. Whatever you tell me, I need the date. I want the date, ma, quickly. Hey, quick. I want the date, quickly. Which one is right, first of all? Right one is right, or left one is right, or nothing of right is left and nothing of left is right? Which one should I cut? Majority. Let's go with majority. Okay, democratic country. Left is right. How many of you left is right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, how many of say right is right? 1, 2. Hey, everyone has to raise hand. There is no veto and all going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Inge kulla 12. Majority saying right is right. Majority saying right is right. Okay, if right is right, what do you think will be the date format? See, I can tell you the last date. It is 31st March 24. There is no doubt about it. The problem comes with the start date. If you tell me the right is right, generally what will be a start date? It should have been 1/4/2023. Should have been 1/4/2023. But your business started on 31st March 2023. Can you put it as 31st March? No, why? Because when I defined you the section, I came and said it's a period of 12 months starting from 1st April, which means I cannot put it as 31st March. I can only put it as 1st April, which means you have two choices. Either the right is wrong, or you will come and say ignore 31st March, let's start from 1st April. You have only two choices. Either you will ignore the 31st March, you will say, sir, Rahul, one day doesn't matter, let's start from 1st April. Or you will come and say, no, Rahul, right is wrong, left is right. Which choice do you think is making sense? Second one, left is right. Left or right? இது அந்த காமெடி வரும்ல, you're traveling on the road, you have given your girlfriend the navigator and she's like, go right. Hey, right போடா, டேய் வரலடா right. Yes, what do you think makes sense? Is it better to ignore that one day, or is it better to take the left one as right? It is better to take the, sure, shall I cut it out? Okay, I'm cutting it out. I don't know, I'm cutting it out. Okay, now you're telling left is right. Which means I know the last date, which is 31st March 23. What is the start date? Can you have the start date as 1st April 22? No, because business was not there itself. Business came on 31st. What is your start date? Start date is 31st March 23. Rahul, how the hell can you have a start date and end date the same? Who's asking you no? What did I tell you? Previous year is the year of 12 months, starting from 1st April. However, where the business is starting in the current year, the date of startup will be considered as your start date. What is my date of startup? That is my start date. What is my end date? What is your problem? Yes or no? Let's take a simple example. Article students. None of you have zero income. All zero incomes. Today you are going out of the class. Okay? You are going out of the class. Suddenly you walk on the road and you know it is all raining today. Okay? So there are pool puddles. Unfortunately, what happened is one person drove the car very fast. The pool puddle came on you. Okay? Fully drenched. And you are cursing the world. இன்னைக்கு பேட் லக் கிளாஸோ கேவலமா போச்சு எல்லாமே தப்பா இருக்கு இன்சல்ட் வேற பண்ணிட்டாரு அசிங்கமா இருக்கு இதுக்கு மேல தண்ணி வேலை வந்துச்சு okay everything wrong happened okay today is 31st March by the way today is 31st March but what happened is the moment water fell on your face you also saw something sticking here you opened this thing it is a lottery ticket what is it lottery ticket now you know your luck so what did you do you threw it off and you went home but 31st March evening 6 o'clock suddenly TV flashes lottery 10 crores lottery for everyone you sit to you are like definitely not happening but summa your parents are forcing watch now you are also watching okay the numbers start 5 15 25 and then you suddenly remember I was remembering multiples of 5 today table of 5 படிச்சிட்டு இருந்த எங்கேயும் where was it lottery ticket yes or no so you suddenly remember multiples of 5 15 20 waiting for one more number in your ticket the number was 24 but they showed a multiple of 5 25 somehow you got excited but then suddenly fell no lottery for you you were like yeah I know my luck nothing is happening yes but then what happened is suddenly they came and said if any of the 3 or 4 also is passed 2 crores lottery any of 3 out of 4 passed also 2 crores lottery what will you do first go jump on the water because you have thrown it away so go search the whole place night till 12 o'clock variko you searched because you couldn't find it thanni irukla yes so you swam everywhere everything you did nothing happened then what happened is early morning when you are searching for something one beggar came in front of you he's like sir enna sir thedringa you are looking bad than me also obviously mud water no yes you came and said or lottery ticket by mistake I only purchased it but I forgot it I don't know where it is and everything nee edume purchase pannala ana unna theriyum right so then what happened is he was looking at his pocket he's like sir in the lottery ticket you saw the lottery ticket it is the same ticket this is 31st March you immediately went to the lottery counter it is 11:59 you went to the lottery counter you gave the lottery ticket to him you came and said sir my 2 crores he said sir time to shut down he's like get lost shut down and I'll give me 2 crores 11:59:58 second he has given you 2 crores in your hand he's given you very hypothetical I know edo exaggerate பண்ணிருக்கேன் but okay the point is 11:59:58 seconds you have got the 2 crores in your hand income or not income if I assume that the right is right I will have to change my previous year to 1st April I'll have to change my previous year to 1st April imagine assessing officer is trying to tell you that you have won Raja go on mute no please yes imagine income tax officer comes and tells you that you are on 1st April he comes and says boss the right one is right he is asking you for paying tax on the 2 crores he's asking you to pay tax on 2 crores you came and said sir my previous year started on 1st April my previous year started on 1st April and this lottery came to me on 31st March ideally I have no previous year sir so therefore this income is tax free do you think he'll agree you understand one day is also significant one day can make and break that day you can become fully poor also you can become extremely rich also okay at the end of the day income tax wants money நீ ரிச் ஆகினாலும் ஓகே நீ போர் ஆகினாலும் ஓகே அவன் காசு பிடிச்சு தான் போவான் Yes or no? So he doesn't care about it being one day. For him, that is also important because you can earn income on that day also. You can earn income on that day also. So he will like to collect taxes from you on that day also, which means the right option is, right option is left. Not right option, right option. The right option is the left one. The right option is the left one, which means your previous year is 31st March 23 to 31st March 23. Your assessment year is 1st April 31st March 25. Clear, everyone? Makes sense. Sorry. Yeah. 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. Is that clear, everyone? Yes? Check your theory. Where is it? Yeah. Assessment year means a period of 12 months, which is commencing from 1st April of every year. The year in which the income is earned in the previous year as such is taxable in the immediately following year, which is your assessment year. Example, if you're earning an income in previous year 23-24, your income will be taxable in assessment year 24-25. Previous year is what is section number 3. Previous year is what is section number 3. So I have covered section number 3 also for you now. Okay. Previous year is the FY immediately preceding the AY. Immediately preceding the AY. This is the year in which the activities are carried out for assessing your income. When it comes to previous year and assessment year are always recognized from April to March. Mandatory. Rahul, my company is following a Jan to December model. My company is following a Jan to December model because Companies Act permits me. Companies Act permits me Jan to December model. What to do, Rahul? Income tax kaga prepare a new book. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. For Companies Act, if you want to prepare a Jan to December, you prepare a Jan to December. You need to prepare 2 financials now. One financials will be for income tax. One financials will be for Companies Act. Doesn't matter. Okay. That is why 99% of the times no companies in India will follow a Jan to December model. They will only follow a April to March model. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult. Very, very rare scenarios you will find a company following a Jan to December model. Okay. That will also only happen if the global parent is sitting somewhere else. The global parent is sitting somewhere else. Otherwise, it will always be a April to March model. Okay. But even if there is a scenario like this where there is a Jan to December and an April to March model, you will have to change your books and prepare a new April to March model. April to March model. Then previous year may or may not be a period of 12 months. Example, in case of a new business or profession, previous year shall be from the date of setting up. However, assessment year will always be for 12 months. Assessment year will always be for 12 months. Is that clear, everyone? Sure? Perfect. This is what is called as previous year and assessment year. ரெண்டு லைன்ல ரெண்டு வேர்ட் முடிஞ்சிச்சு. இன்னும் எவ்வளவு வேர்ட் இருக்கு? 1 2 3 4 5. What else is easy for you? What is the next thing easy for you? Can I decide? Can I decide? Yes, one chance. I will decide. Okay, I will tell. The easiest word for me is rates in force. The easiest word for me is rates in force. Rahul, why is it easy? Because it is next chapter. What is rates in force? Next chapter. We will discuss in next chapter. Okay, which means this chapter it is done. This chapter it is done. See, I told you, no, I know what is easy. You didn't agree. Now you want to take a run. What is easy now? Person? Okay. Let's understand what is a person. Let's understand what is a person. Like I told you, persons can be a definition which can be there in General Clauses Act also. But Income Tax Act wanted its own person definition. Income Tax Act wants its own person definition. But like I told you, when you have to define a definition, you need to decide whether it should be a part of an section or it should be part of act. Person normally, do you think will be a part of section or an act? Act, which means it should be a part of section 2. So section 2 came and defined person as follows. It put it as Inclusive definition. What definition? Inclusive definition. Section 231 defines what your person is. Section 231 defines what your person is. Persons are included as follows. Persons are included as follows. First one is individual. Second one is HUF. Rahul, all these things we have already learned somewhere. Where? Contract Act. It is there in Contract Act. So you have to tell me what each person is later. Okay. First thing is individual. Second is HUF. Third one is, fourth is, fifth one is AOP BOI. Sixth one is, seventh one is artificial juridical person. Some places I will help you, some places you tell me. Okay. Easiest one is individual. What is an individual? Contract Act, same thing. What is an individual? What is an individual? நேத்தே சொன்ன படிச்சிட்டு வாங்க. Person having legal existence. Person is what we are learning, da. So person means person having legal existence. I don't want a definition and all. There's no definition in the act also. Simple layman words. What do you mean by individual? Living person or living being. Living being. Coming to that. Vara. You give me one thing, I will ask you questions. No, obviously. Yes, person is a living being. Male considered? I'm giving you options. Male, to be considered, not to be considered. Female, transgender, LGBTQ plus considered. Robots, considered, not considered, not considered. Animals, why? Why? Avana living being thana. Cavemen கேட்டிருக்கீங்களா? cavemen என்ன அர்த்தம்? அந்த டார்சன் அந்த மாதிரி. ஓல்ட் ஏஜ் பீப்புள், ஸ்டோன் ஏஜ் பீப்புள். ஓகே, ஓல்ட் ஏஜ் பீப்புள் வீட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு அம்மா கிட்ட கேவ்மேன் எல்லாம் சொன்னா சிங்கமா இருக்கும். எஸ் why is the question? Quickly, why animals and all are not considered? Have you seen this shows and all, dog shows and all? They will go run and everything. They will win awards and all there. That is an income for dog only, no? அவன் தானே ஜெயிச்சான். Okay. At the end of the skill of the dog only, no? Dog ஓட்டினா தானே வந்துச்சு, சும்மாவா வந்துச்சு? Yes or no? That is an income for the dog. So tax should be paid by. Tax should be paid by dogs only, no? We say no, humans have itself become dogs. Let dogs become humans. Nowadays they will come and say no, dogs are being better humans than humans itself. All men are dogs. adna கேட்டிருக்கேன் நான் எவ்வளவு வாட்டி கேட்டிருக்கேன். They have not told me, ma, don't worry. Generally கேட்டிருக்கேன். All men are the same. Everyone is like a dog. ஏதோ ஒன்று. Point is dogs considered, not considered. Considered, not considered. Not considered. Not considered. The reason is very simple. As of now, at least the advancement of technology has not happened so much that they have a sixth sense. They have a sixth sense. Like you rightly said, when a dog show is happening, while it is the skill of a dog, the direction is coming from the master. Direction is coming from the master. Had the master not even taken it for the event, he would have never even won. Yes or no? So the efforts are from the master's side. The efforts are from the master's side, and so the income is also of the master. The income is also of the master. Even if the dog wins the prize, the master will be paying the taxes. The master will be paying the taxes. The same logic works for robots also. While right now we have ChatGPT, artificial intelligence and all coming in right now, at this point of time, robots still do not have sixth sense. They cannot earn money on their own. They only do it basis the directions of the master. They only make it by the directions of the master. So the income will become taxable for the master, will not be taxable for the. Clear? Everyone? All clear? For a question, Ketoma? Huh? Huh? You have a child at home. You have a child at home, newborn baby or 2 months old baby. Okay, there are some very weird things called as beauty contest for childs. Yes, you took the child for the beauty contest. You took the child for the beauty contest. Beauty contest won by the child. Award money 1 lakh rupees. Award money taxable for. Baby. Eprida. So tomorrow assessing officer will come to the house. He will take the baby. Kuchiku. You have earned 1 lakh rupees. Pay me 30% tax. Babysitting. Kuduk mudiyuma? Mudiyada? Why? Same logic. At that age, the child does not have a sixth sense. At that age, the child does not have a sixth sense. The directions are coming from the parent, and therefore the income will also be taxable for the parent. Rahul, does that mean that the child income is never taxable? It is taxable. I'm not denying it. Maybe at this age, I don't know. Is someone below 18 here? Everyone 18 plus, huh? Okay. When I cleared, I was 17 and a half, I think. Yeah. So inter, I cleared 17 and a half. Anyway, so let's assume a simple example where you are at 16 years of age, 15 years of age. You might have seen it in the TVs also. You know, there are some kids and all who have done big job. They have started earning so much in the market that they've bought their own cars. In the useless thing is going on called TikTok. Yes, those people are earning more than us. Bloody influencers. They have so many kids have become influencers right now. Hello friends, chai pilo. Namo arambichirom. Yes, influencers on Instagram and all, kids are earning more income than us. In that case, the income is taxable in the hands of kids. In that case, income is taxable in the hands of kids because now the decision was made by the child. The skill is of the child. In this case, the income will be taxable in the hands of child. There are certain exceptions. In this subject itself, we have a chapter called as clubbing. There we will learn, not that clubbing, where a clubbing. Okay, and the clubbing la naanga padipom. Where if you have an income from a child, generally the parent will pay tax. But if the child has put their own skills, then the child will pay taxes. Okay, in the TikTok and all is a skill only. Solvanga theriyala. Okay, and the cases tax will be paid by child only. Purida? Yes, this is the definition for. Next one. Sollu paapom. எனக்கு full form மட்டும் சொன்னீங்கன்னா திட்டுவேன் நான். When I ask for a full form, I will ask for a full form. I am asking you for the meaning. Meaning, quickly. வார்த்தையில இருக்கு, break the English. Hindu, undivided family. Break the English quickly, huh? What is it? Hindu? Amma, testing my religion, huh? What? Hindu na enna artham? What is HUF? Family? By? Hindu mandatory. Muslim panna varadu. Sure. Enna illo partiality irukku? They will not do joint business, huh? You want to join business, amma? The family is like general. They will do, no? Yenda ivlo partiality vechirukken. This is why India is not progressing. What is Hindu undivided family? It's a business run by a family. It's a business run by a family. While the name does have Hindu, it does not mandate it to be a Hindu alone. There are other castes also which have now started this policy. They can also claim it. The point is, it should be an undivided family, which means the family has together agreed that not a single person will earn an income. Whatever income comes from the business will be shared between all the members. That is when it is called as HUF. Rahul, what is it different from a partnership? How is it different from a partnership? In partnership, you will define it. You will come and say that, Rahul, I will earn 10% of profit, you will earn 20% of profit, he will earn 50% of profit. HUF Puerto Rico, that will not happen. HUF Puerto Rico, what will happen is, if the business has earned 1 lakh rupees of profit, the whole 1 lakh will come and sit in my family account. The whole 1 lakh will be used by all of the family members. That is why the word is used as undivided family. Clear? Yes. Question is, how do you become a part of HUF? By birth. Okay. So, your name? Jayashree. Baranda. Avsarapadada. Your name is Jayashree. Yes. Now, Jayashree is planning to set up a HUF. Jayashree will marry H. Approximately. Assuming. Eventually. Not approximately, eventually. Eventually, she will marry H. Now, Jayashree and H together can form a HUF. No problem. Yes. Now, the question is, Jayashree and H have a kid. You want a boy or a girl? General. No choice. Actually, India allowed illa, but anyway. Let's assume both twins. Okay. You have a boy and a girl. Is the boy part of HUF? Yes or no? Is the girl part of HUF? Yes? Okay. So, boy is part of the HUF, girl is also part of the HUF. Now, boy marries a girl. Is the girl of your boy an HUF member? Yes? Sure? Okay. Girl marries a boy. Hey, I'm playing the same scenarios. Common girl, boy, and all, you understand. Okay. Right now, this is what the practice is. Girl of yours is marrying a boy. Is the boy part of HUF? Is the boy part of your HUF? No? Sure? Okay. The boy and the girl have a kid. Is the kid part of HUF? Sure. Okay. The girl and the husband have a kid. Is that kid part of the HUF? No. Sure. Maybe na. யாரு டிசைட் பண்ணுவாரு இப்போ? அவங்களே டிசைட் பண்ணிட்டோம். உள்ளக்குள்ள நீங்களே டிசைட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. வேணும்னா ஓகே, இல்லைன்னா துரத்தி விட்டுருங்க. You want to be a part of my family, you come stay. இல்லைன்னா கிளம்பிடு, அவ்வளவுதான். கரெக்டா? மேபி நான் என்ன அர்த்தம்டா? Yes or no? No? Okay. What is the idea behind it? How did you decide that boy is the part of the HUF? This boy is a part of HUF. By girl is a part of HUF by birth. The girl in the girl married to the boy is a part of HUF because she has been brought into the family. The boy marrying the girl. Why is it not part of HUF? Because unfortunately, it is not the boy who's been brought into the family. It is the girl who is leaving the family. Which means the girl has been brought into that family. So he cannot be a part of my HUF. The moment he cannot be a part of my HUF, the kids which they have will also be a part of their family. Will not be a part of my family. Which means this boy will be a part of my family, and therefore he is also a part of HUF. In simple words, HUF creation happens by birth or by bringing into family. Not by marriage. Marriage now that side is also covered. By bringing into your family. And as per Indian customs, only a boy can bring in a girl. A girl cannot bring in a boy. As of now. You don't know in the future what is going to happen. Okay, boy bringing a boy, girl bringing a girl. I do not identify. Okay, and what will happen even I don't know. Honestly, even I'm not sure. Okay, I'm waiting for some court decisions to come for that. Okay, so I'm very sure 2 or 3 people will definitely go to court and come and say I do not identify, so I'm not a part of HUF na ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. Okay, by next 2-3 years, by the time you come to finals, most likely you will have at least one decision which will come and say what will happen if a boy and boy brings inside, girls and girls brings inside. எல்லாமே வந்துரும். Okay, right now this is what the same logic is. Clear? Yes, this is how your HUF works. You will either have it by birth or you will have it by bringing into family. Clear, everyone? Yes. Question to you. Jayashree and husband decide that they want to adopt a child. They want to adopt a child. Will the child be a part of HUF? Why did you adopt when you don't even want to be a part of family? She is still coming and saying he's not a part of my family. Yes or no? Yes. He will also be a part of the family because you have legally adopted him, which means he is also been brought into the family. He is also been brought into the family. Clear, not clear? Clear? Last example, don't take it wrong. Let's assume the husband was already married to someone else. The husband was already married to someone else. From that husband and wife, they had a child. Which means this child will become stepchild to you. This child will become a stepchild to you. Is the stepchild also covered? Is the stepchild also covered? Yes, the stepchild is also covered because legally again brought into the family. So when you use the word child, you also mean adopted child, you also mean stepchilds. Okay, Rahul, I have robbed a child. Someone else's child. And the Hindi movies lala varumala. We will go to a hospital, suddenly one woman will come, she will catch hold of the child and she'll go off. And then correct 20 years later, the child will become a police officer. And then mother will come and say, oh, my child. Amar Akbar Anthony, basically. Okay, all the three child get lost. Okay, one becomes a musician, one becomes a police officer, one becomes a gunda. Gunda is catching hold of police officer. And then suddenly what will happen? Everyone is lost. Even husband is lost. I don't know where. And then suddenly one day what will happen? Woman will lose her eyes. Okay, so woman is roaming. Husband is roaming somewhere else. Husband finds the thief, the child thief. Okay, and they both don't know each other. Okay, then what will happen is they'll go to a house. The house is actually the thief's sort of house. There he'll suddenly find one photo. The photo is of their old age. So the parent will come and say, this is my photo. Then they'll hug each other, and then suddenly what will happen? The police will come running. He'll come to the same house. He'll say, you're under arrest. He will see the photo. Oh, you are my brother only. What will happen? Both the heroes have a girlfriend, and the girlfriends have got kidnapped. Okay, so kidnapped agumodu, what is happening? These two people have gone to save her. When they went to save her, they had a friend. That friend is nothing but their third brother. So what is happening? From that kidnapping area, they call this brother coming and saying, please help me. They don't know he is his brother. So he comes and says, please come and help me. When he's coming and helping, these two brothers are together. Suddenly avanukku flashback varum. Naanga ellarum ipdidan fist bump pannuvom. He will also become a brother. Idhila amma is still not present anywhere. Okay, now what is happening? Amma is suddenly blind, so she is roaming everywhere. And the musician is actually a guy who is singing in the temple. Okay, so the mom is she's blind everywhere, and suddenly she hears one God voice and all coming, so she runs to that temple. Music mudichona didina what will happen? And the idol irukla, stone irukla, and the stone la irundhu two flames will come, and the flames அப்படியே போயிட்டு அந்த கண்ணல போய் நின்னுடும். And suddenly the woman will be like, I have eyes now. Hey, ekla eyes vandu? I have eyes. Okay, idhila she will go to that musician and she'll come and say, because of your singing only I got the eyes pa. Seri, okay, now she is living inside their house. All the three brothers now go to his house and they're celebrating there. And the celebrate பண்ணும்போது அம்மாக்கு சடனா my child. And then all the three will then go to the father, and then all five will get united each other. You idhile all the three have a girlfriend vera. Enna or comedy, I know. And this is like the standard template in Hindi cinemas back then. Standard template. Brother and brother will get lost, mother will get lost, then they'll find each other. There is this one more show called as Karan Arjun. Ayo, worst show. Both brothers will die. Both brothers will reborn. Different families. And then they both will come to the same village. Summa, one day they felt like going to a village, so they went to a village. They went to a village and suddenly flashback is coming from old, birth. From old birth. One flashback is coming saying that, and the woman is still alive. The mother is still alive. So mother, after so many years, 20 years, the child has died, reborn in the same age, 35 years later. Okay, mother is still alive. I don't know how. Okay, and then these people come and then suddenly one flashback is coming. Amma ko or flashback. Yana face so match agdu. Worst, I'm telling you, Hindi cinemas were back then. But then the Miss Masala only is what we liked it. Okay, we still see those shows. Amar Akbar Anthony is one of the favorite movies in all of Hindi cinemas. People if you logically think about it, it's the most stupidest show. But people like it. And I'm very sure you all also have these daily soaps like that only. Okay, recently this very useless daily soap is going on in Hindi called as Anupama. Worst show. Anupama sold or worst show. That show is like, it will be a 30-minute show. 25 minutes crying. 5 minutes she's screaming. That is all the shows. That is all the shows. In the 30 minutes, every day I go to my home. I'm sitting on my home. I'm sitting in my home. I'm summa watching my phone. Okay, I'm summa watching my phone. One voice is coming from there. Someone is crying. I'm like, okay, one time show. I flashback like this. I come here. Again she's crying. I go to the washroom and come back. Again she's crying. I'm like, hey, evloda alura. Worst shows. I'm telling you, worst. Anyway, this is what an HUF is. You have by birth and by bringing into family. Now in this there are some things which will be there in your study material. There is something called as Daya Bagra School of Law, Mitakshara School of Law, and all those things are there. Basically different type of HUFs. As such, not very relevant for exam purposes. Just give a go through when you go home. There are two kinds of school of Hindu undivided family, Daya Bagra and Mitakshara. Something is there in West Bengal and Kolkata. Something is there in other places. Okay, in one of those cases, they will come and say the women's and all are given rights to vote or be a part of the family. The other cases, they will come and say women's are not given right to vote unless the elder of the family dies. Something like that is the rule. The point what I'm trying to make is in HUF, there are two people who are more important. The head of the family is called as Karta. The other people in the family are called as co-parceners. Clear till you? Yes. Next word is what is company? A company which is company. It is not incorporated, registered. A company which is a company registered under Companies Act or any other previous acts. Straightforward. I don't have to define it for you. Characteristics, all these things will come. Separate legal entity, this legal entity, that legal entity, perpetual succession. Men may come, men may go. We will live on forever. Enna or ego therila. Next is firm. Whenever I use the word firm, I also am including one more person called as LLP, which you would have learned it in a foundation, which is nothing but limited liability partnership. What do you mean by firm or an LLP? What do you mean by a firm or an LLP? Yes, what do you mean by a firm or an LLP?
Firm is a partnership. And LLP is
I'm not asking for the difference. I'm asking what is a firm or an LLP. What is the common characteristics of a firm or an LLP? Liability is definitely not a characteristic. Two. What if it's a CA firm? CA firm is not business, no? You got it till a certain extent. After that, you lost it. A group of people coming together to share, earn profits. A group of people coming together with an intention to earn profits. Group of people coming together with an intention to earn profits is called as a firm. It's called as a firm. Now, if you have a liability which is unlimited, then it's a firm. If you have a liability which is limited, it's called as an LLP. But the intention should be to earn profits. Rahul, I'm making losses in my firm. Am I not in firm? I opened up a firm, but the firm is making losses only. Am I still not a firm? You are still a firm because the intention is important. The outcome is not important. The intention was to earn profits. You never opened the firm because you wanted to make losses. If you are, then you are mad, nothing else. Yes, so you have done the intention because you wanted to earn profits, and therefore it is still a firm. It is still a firm. Clear? Yes, balance items quickly. We are out of time. We are out of time. Balance items is AOP, BOI. Full form. First full form. Association of persons. BOI. Body of individuals. What is the meaning? Group of people is firm. What is AOP and BOI? Quickly. What is a firm? What is an AOP and BOI? Same logic. It's a group of people. It's a group of people coming together. If there are persons inside it, it is AOP. If it is individuals inside it, it is BOI. The normal thing is intention may not be there. The intention may or may not to be on profits. Second is it may be created because of a force of law. It may be created because of an force of law. A simple example I'll give you. Let's say, for example, there is a father. There is a father who has a big land. And under the father there are 4 children. Okay. One day, unfortunately, father passed away. The land will be divided among the childs, but the land is not divisible. You cannot break it. You cannot come and say in the portion variku unnodadu, in the portion variku unnodadu. So what will happen is court will come and decide the land is not divisible. Let's do one thing. All the 4 of you are responsible for the land. All the 4 of you are responsible for the land. In which case, when the sale happens, the profit will be split between. Cannot do it, right? Because the land you don't know. Right or not? So therefore, what will happen is this is the force of law. In which case, you are created solely for the purpose of holding the land. Profits from that will be taxable in the hands of the AOP. It will not be taxable in your individual hands. It will be taxable in the hands of AOP. Purida? Yes, this is called as an AOP or a BOI. AOP or a BOI, where people have come together either by a force of law or with no intention to earn profits. If there are individuals only in that thing, then it is called as BOI. If there are others also in it, that is called as AOP. ICAI is it's a BOI. ICAI is a BOI. As a chartered accountant, I have paid membership fees to them, which means I am also a part owner of the firm, part owner of the institute. I am also a part owner of the institute. The institute is running based on all our members. So we are all individual members in the firm, in the institute, and therefore we are all BOIs. Institute is a BOI. Is that clear, everyone? Yes. Next item is meaning. All your panchayat, municipality, and all those people. Okay. Last item is artificial juridical person. Name itself is there. It's an artificial person, juridically created. Juridically meaning the courts have created it. A simple example I'll give you is a liquidator. Who is a liquidator? The person who liquidates the company after the company is planned to shut down. Now, when you are appointed as a liquidator, the court has appointed you as a liquidator, but you are now the owner of the company technically, because all the management has been exited. You are now the only owner of the company. You have now made the decisions to sell all the assets and discharge all the liabilities. So whatever profit is coming in your hands. If you choose to retain some profits, you will be taxed as an AJP. If you choose to give it back to the company, then no problem. Company taxes will apply. So liquidators are an example of your AJP. It should be created by a force of law. Rahul, AOP, BOI also court only created. No. Here there are multiple people. There it may be only one person. So if it's court of law creating one person, it is AJP. If it is court of law creating multiple persons, if it is individual, then it is BOI. If it is others, then it is AOP. Clear? This is your person definition. This is your person definition. We have individuals, HUF, company, firm, AOP, BOI, local authority and AJP. For your inter-syllabus, the most important person is individual. The most important person is individual, and we will have 1 or 2 small questions relating to firms. 1 or 2 small questions relating to firms. This will be a predominant syllabus. Balance items are final level portion. It will not be discussed and deliberated at inter level, but some of those items will come as a note. Okay, like for example, tax rate of a company, they will tell you. So to the extent of tax rate alone, you will know. But how to compute the income, how to compute the taxes and all will not be given. That is all final level portion. So other people may come as an MCQ. As a written paper, you will only have individuals and some part of firm. Clear? Yes. So from the next class, we will be discussing about what are the tax rates for every person. That time I will be clarifying the tax rates of everyone. Okay, next class mattum idu irukum. Adukaprom after we move to the next chapter, we will stop discussing about other people. We will only be discussing about individuals, and wherever firm is required, we will discuss about the firms. Is that clear, everyone? Yes. Awesome. Let's close for the day. I know I've taken a little more extra time, but I told you yesterday. Okay, so I'm covered. Yes, this is all the end of today's topic. If you notice, we have completed now a good set of portion. Yes, take your time, go home. Like I told you, we have completed only 3 pages maximum. Yes, take your time, 7.5 minutes. Same rule, 7.5 minutes. You have to read page number 1, page number 2, page number 3, only till this persons. This part has to be discussed. Page number 4 is ignored. Page number 5, charge, assessment year, previous year. Can you do that for me? Let's read it for tomorrow's class and come back. Okay. Balance topics we will be discussing. We'll be discussing about the balance 3 definitions pending. With that, our chapter number 1 will get over, and then we'll move to sums. I told you, 3 classes. Okay. So 3 classes we'll be doing theory. Then we'll move to sums. So from that class, you will have a little more interest, hopefully. Clear? Yes. Thank you, people. Have a great day.